Egypt.
Okay, so Greta Thunberg, the very famous young Swedish climate activist, is going to skip the COP27 climate conference. That means she's not going to attend because she thinks it's an example of greenwashing. And greenwashing is the word we're looking at. Well, I know the word green and I know the word washing, but what's the sense?
Well, imagine a company that sells something bad for the environment, like a plastic bottle, but they cover it with a green label that symbolizes being environmentally friendly. It might have nice pictures of forests on it, and it has words like organic and natural ingredients and recyclable.
Okay, so you're saying this bottle looks like it's really good for the environment, but actually it's just a plastic bottle and plastic isn't very good. So we're saying it's just marketing.
Exactly, yeah. This is greenwashing, and it is just a marketing approach that basically makes it look like an organization is helping the planet, and that makes the customer want to buy the product. They want to help the planet too, but actually it's not really helping at all.
Right, so in this headline we see that Greta Thunberg thinks that COP27 is an example of greenwashing. She thinks that actually they are not taking it seriously, they just want people to think they are.
Yeah, that's right. And the headline uses the adjective greenwashing. It describes the event, in this case, the conference. But we can also use greenwash as a verb. So that is the action of making something look more environmentally friendly than it actually is.
And a related idea and word is sports washing. That means when an organisation or a country hosts or supports a sporting event to try and make themselves look better. Let's take a look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This one comes from Inside Climate News. Ahead of COP27, new climate reports are warning shots to a world off course.
The headline says that the world is off course. That means going in the wrong direction, metaphorically, to reach those climate targets. And we are looking at the expression warning shots. It's got something to do with guns, hasn't it?
Yeah, so literally in war, one side might fire a shot in the air or it might come from a cannon. And this is saying, we are here, prepare yourself. It is a warning. But in the headline, it's used metaphorically. There's actually no guns here.
That's right. So these new scientific reports say that unless we stay within that 1.5 degree limit, something really bad is going to happen.
Exactly. It is a warning shot to the world. And in this case, that bad thing that would happen is the climate would collapse.
Now, the expression warning shot is used very frequently in news media, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So it sounds very dramatic and it creates a really powerful image in the mind of the reader, and that helps them remember the story a little bit more.
Yeah, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had Landmark, an important event that could cause big changes.
Greenwashing. Companies say it's environmentally friendly, but is it really?
And warning shots, signals that show action is needed.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Як розповісти англійською про структуру AFU – Armed Forces of Ukraine? Як сказати англійською Генштаб, командування Об'єднаних сил та як розповісти про їх функції англійською? Як назвати in English роди військ та сил, що відносяться до Specialized Forces of AFU та Specialized Troops of AFU? Як правильно перекласти сили логістики, сили підтримки, медичні сили, десантно-штурмові війська, війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки? Це армійська англійська, перший в Україні канал з уроками з Military English. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і наші глядачі давно просили мене створити урок про структуру ЗСУ, бо відчувають, наскільки потрібно і важливо вміти говорити про неї англійською. І цей день настав. Сьогодні поговоримо про сили оборони Defense Forces та The Structure of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – структуру Збройних сил України. Нагадаю, що в попередньому відео ми говорили про сили безпеки України Security Forces of Ukraine, розглядали корисну англійську лексику. Тож перегляньте його, щоб коли вам доведеться спілкуватись на цю тему з іноземцями, ви мали всі мовні ресурси для цього. А ще поділіться нашими матеріалами з колегами та знайомими. Порекомендуйте їм наш канал. Вони точно вам подякують за це. Згідно із законом, the number of people in the armed forces of Ukraine is 261,000 people. Чисельність ЗСУ складає 261 тисячу осіб. Із них військовими є 215,000. Однак в особливий період, наприклад, в період воєнного стану, martial law, чисельність збільшується відповідно до вимог і потреб. The number may increase according to the requirements and needs. Збройні сили України мають таку структуру. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України. Branches of AFU – основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Specialized Forces of AFU – окремі роди сил ЗСУ. Specialized Troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ. Military Administration Bodies, Units, Institutions – органи військового управління, підрозділи, військові навчальні заклади, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб ЗСУ – головний військовий орган, який має такі функції. It plans the defense of the state – планує оборону держави. Controls the use of the armed forces of Ukraine – керує застосуванням Збройних сил України. Coordinates and controls the implementation of defense tasks – координує та контролює виконання завдань з оборони. Determines – визначає. Requirements for the defense forces of Ukraine – вимоги до сил оборони України. Resource needs – потреби в ресурсах, strategic planning – стратегічне планування, technical equipment – технічне оснащення тощо. The General Staff of Ukraine closely cooperates with the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine. Генштаб тісно співпрацює з Міністерством оборони України. The Ministry of Defense is responsible for providing the resources for the armed forces. Відповідає за ресурсне забезпечення ЗСУ and for the defense policy – за оборонну політику. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – командування Об'єднаних сил Збройних сил України – є штатним органом стратегічного рівня is a staff body of strategic level. The Command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine performs military management, здійснює військове управління of all interspecific, всіма міжвидовими and interdepartmental troops та міжвідомчими угрупуваннями військ to conduct operations для проведення операцій by order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine за наказом Верховного Головнокомандувача Збройних сил України and the General Staff of the AFU та Генштабу ЗСУ. The command of the Joint Forces of the Armed Forces of Ukraine is responsible for, відповідає за, conducting joint operations on the territory of Ukraine, проведення об'єднаних операцій на території України, and peacekeeping missions beyond its borders, та миротворчих місій за її межами. Branches of AFU – основні роди військ та сил ЗСУ. Це Land Forces – сухопутні війська, Air Force – повітряні сили, Navy – військово-морські сили. Specialized Forces of AFU – окремі роди сил ЗСУ – це Special Operations Forces – сили спеціальних операцій, Territorial Defense Forces – сили територіальної оборони, Logistics Forces – сили логістики, Support Forces – сили підтримки, Medical Forces – медичні сили. Specialized Troops of AFU – окремі роди військ ЗСУ, Air Assault Forces – Troops – десантно-штурмові війська, Communications and Cybersecurity Troops – війська зв'язку та кібербезпеки. Друзі, нагадаю вам, що ми вже випускали великий урок, присвячений родам військ та сил ЗСУ, де говорили про Land Forces, Air Force, Navy, Special Operations Forces, Territorial Defense Forces. Інші роди військ та сил ми також не обійдемо увагою і розберемо лексику, щоб ви могли про них розповідати англійською мовою. Але це буде в наступних відео. А щоб їх не пропустити, коли вони з'являться на нашому каналі, ви маєте бути підписаним. І щоб вони таки з'явилися на нашому каналі, і ми могли створювати більше освітнього контенту для українських військових, закликаю вас підтримати наш соціальний проєкт поширенням, коментарем або донатом. Вся інформація щодо цього буде в описі до відео. Також The Armed Forces of Ukraine include – Збройні сили України включають Military Administration Bodies – органи військового управління, Military Units – з'єднання та військові частини, Higher Military Educational Institutions – вищі військові навчальні заклади, Military Educational Units of Higher Education Institutions – військові навчальні підрозділи закладів вищої освіти, Institutions and Organizations – установи й організації that do not belong to the branches and specialized troops of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, що не належать до видів і окремих родів військ Збройних сил України. The Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – головнокомандувач Збройних сил України – is the highest military position in the state – найвища військова посада в державі. Як керівник Збройних сил України, the head of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, він виконує такі обов'язки. Organizes preparation for defense – організовує підготовку до оборони, directly controls the armed forces during hostilities, безпосередньо керує Збройними силами під час бойових дій. В особливий період керівництво Збройними силами України і іншими військовими формуваннями президент України здійснює через ставку Верховного головнокомандувача, the headquarters of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, робочим органом якого є the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine – Генеральний штаб Збройних сил України. А я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це спеціалізований курс англійською, який я створюю на цьому каналі «Армійська англійська» разом з командою однодумців. Ми переконані, що англійська має стати другою мовою в Security and Defense Forces of Ukraine. З нами погоджується the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, який, як і ми, хоче, щоб всі українські військовослужбовці говорили англійською до 2026 року. Ми не підпорядковуємось Генштабу, а є незалежним соціальним проєктом, але ми вже працюємо над реалізацією цієї цілі. Озброюємо українські сили безпеки та оборони англійською мовою, роблячи спеціалізовану військову англійську доступною для кожного військовослужбовця.
Let's learn English.
Hi, are you Anna?
Yes. Hi there. Are you Pete?
I am Pete.
Nice to meet you. Oh.
Listen. Hi.
Speak.
Listen.
I am Pete. Speak.
Speak and say your name. Listen.
Nice to meet you. Speak.
Let's try that again. I'm Anna. Nice to meet you.
I'm Pete. Anna, is that A-N-A?
No, A-N-N-A.
Now it's your turn. Listen.
I'm Anna. A-N-N-A.
Speak and say your name. Spell your name.
Well, Anna with two N's. Welcome to 1400 Irving Street.
My new apartment.
Hi, are you Anna?
Yes. Hi there. Are you Pete?
I am Pete.
Nice to meet you. Oh. Let's try that again. I'm Anna. Nice to meet you.
I'm Pete. Anna, is that A-N-A?
No, A-N-N-A.
Well, Anna with two N's. Welcome to 1400 Irving Street.
My new apartment.
Have you ever quit your job because of a bad boss? New research says you're not alone. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, today's story.
Bad bosses make people quit. Almost a third of British workers in a recent study say that they've left the job because of their manager. Nearly a fifth of people say that their managers were ineffective. Unhappiness with management means workers are less likely to be motivated and less likely to stay. The survey also shows that most bosses are accidental managers, having never been taught how to run a team.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary?
We have prompted, formal, and attrition.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
Yes, this is from The Guardian. Bad management has prompted 1 in 3 UK workers to quit, survey finds.
As this headline says, a third of British workers have quit because of bad management. We're going to learn about the word prompt. Phil, what's the connection between bad managers and people leaving their jobs?
Well, it's quite simple. One thing causes something else to happen. It prompts it to happen. So having a manager who's not very good might prompt you to leave your job. If you see another job advertised with a really high salary, that might prompt you to apply for that job.
Yeah, that's one meaning. And I remember when I was studying for exams, I used prompt cards. I would write information on them to try and help me remember.
Yes, we call them prompt cards because they prompt you to do something. They prompt you to remember. In fact, you could say they prompt your memory. And actually, Beth, what's that you've got in your hand?
It's my script. You have one too. And if I forget what I'm going to say, I can look down and it prompts me. Okay, let's look at that again. And remember to make some notes to prompt your memory in the future. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Fortune. Nearly all bosses are accidental with no formal training, and research shows it's leading 1 in 3 workers to quit.
This headline is about accidental managers and how they can lead people to leave their jobs. We're going to learn about the word formal. Now, Phil, I know formal language, like putting yours sincerely at the end of a letter. Formal dress might be a suit or something like that, but what do we mean here?
Well, we're talking about formal training, but it's related to all those examples you've just given. If you're using formal language, there are rules and you have to follow them. If you want to dress formally, then you need to follow the rules. And formal training is officially organised, so there are rules to follow, and there's probably an exam at the end of it as well.
Okay, so my university degree and my teaching qualifications were formal training. I had to follow the rules, do exams and assignments. But can we have informal training like we have informal language and informal dress?
Yeah, of course. Think about all of the things that you've learnt without having to do a course. Maybe you taught yourself, or maybe you asked someone to help you. Beth, is there anything that you've learnt to do informally?
I suppose I learnt to sing, I learnt to cook. That's all informal training. I suppose you could say that learning English on our website is informal training. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Personnel Today. Accidental managers are driving attrition.
Now we're going to learn the word attrition. To me, Phil, this sounds like something quite bad or negative. And here we're talking about managers. So does it have a business meaning?
Well, there are a few meanings. None of them are good, and there is a business meaning. Beth, what would happen to a company if lots of people left and they didn't get replaced?
It'll get smaller. I suppose that means the company can't do as much.
And that's the meaning that we're using in this headline. The business meaning of attrition is that companies get smaller as people leave and they're not replaced.
Okay, so can we use attrition outside of a business context?
Yeah, there is a more general meaning, and it means to make something gradually weaker by continually attacking it or causing it problems. And in fact, we have this phrase, a war of attrition, which is a long disagreement or conflict where each side is always making the other side more angry.
That sounds like my neighbours. They are always arguing about one thing or another. It's become a real war of attrition. Okay, let's look at that again. We've had prompted, made something happen,
Formal, according to the rules.
and attrition, gradually getting weaker.
Now, if you're interested in problems at work, check out this episode of 6 Minute English all about being unhappy at work. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel by clicking here so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
I am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marcia. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marcia knows. Marcia's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marcia? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
I am sorry.
Excuse me.
Now you try it.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marcia.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marcia, I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
Are you there?
I am here.
Now you try it.
There is a big supermarket on our street. And Marcia says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye. am in my new apartment. Great! I live with Marcia. We're roommates. I want to cook dinner. Oh! Is there a supermarket near here? Marcia knows. Marcia's work number is 555-8986. Hello, is this Marcia? It is Anna.
I'm sorry, you have the wrong number.
Is this 555-8986?
No, this is 555-8689.
Oh, excuse me.
Okay, bye.
One more time. 555-8986. Please be Marcia.
Hello, this is Marcia.
Yes, Marcia, I want to cook dinner.
Excuse me? Anna, is that you?
Oh yes, I am here.
Good, you are there.
I want to find a supermarket.
Oh, okay. The supermarket is at 1500 Irving Street. It is near the apartment.
Great. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Anna.
There is a big supermarket on our street, and Marcia says I am a good cook. Until next time, bye.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the program today, we're talking about images, and we meet viral image debunker Paulo Ordoveza.
Things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image. You want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited.
Before we get to that though, Sam, I'm looking forward to your vocabulary session. What are you going to be telling us about today?
Well, today, Hugo, I am talking about the world of deceit and the words con, scam, phishing, and hoax. There have always been people who want to take our money, and the internet and social media have provided criminals with different opportunities to try and con us. The verb to con means to deceive, to trick, or to cheat, and the noun a con describes the method of tricking. For example, on social media, you sometimes see competition with fantastic prizes like a car or a boat, and all you have to do is like the post and share it to have a chance of winning. Many of these competitions are cons. They're not real and are designed to get us to share personal information, which many people will do because they want to win the prize. But no one ever wins, and the people who run the con have collected lots of personal data. The word con dates back to the mid to late 19th century and is a shortened version of confidence man, which was the term for a person who was able to persuade people to give him money in return for a service that was never given and was not what was promised. This was known as a confidence trick or a con trick, and now just a con. A similar word for a con is a scam. Scam is a much newer word though, from the late 1960s, and in most cases it can be used in the same way as a con. Those online competitions are often scams, so be careful and beware of scammers, the people who are trying to trick you. A good piece of advice is, if it looks too good to be true, it probably is. A very modern type of scam is phishing. The term was coined in the 1990s and is a variation of the word fishing. The scammers are fishing for your personal details. This is often done through emails, which try to get you to log on to a website that looks like your bank's, but is actually a fake site from which the phishers collect your login details. Another type of scam that has been around for centuries but is also popular on the internet are hoaxes. A hoax is something that has been created to trick you into believing something that isn't true. This could be a fake news story, but hoaxes are also common with photos and videos. Take this one as an example. If someone claims with authority that it's proof of the existence of the creature known as Bigfoot, it's a hoax because it's just a person in a hairy costume.
Thanks, Sam. And that leads us on nicely to today's topic about images.
Yeah, so there's an old saying that the camera doesn't lie, but I'm not so sure we believe that anymore.
Well, the camera can only record what it sees, so in that case, it can't lie. But what we are told we're seeing in the image is not necessarily what the image actually is.
Yeah, so the camera doesn't lie, but people do.
Yeah, well, that's a good way to put it. And of course, with the digital tools at our fingertips today, we can change, manipulate, or even create a completely digital image that looks like a real photograph.
Yeah, but now we're not talking about just putting a nice filter on our social media selfies, are we?
No, there are a few different ways images are used to tell a different story to the one that was photographed. One thing we see a lot is real images. They're not fake or photoshopped, but they are from a different time or place than the caption states.
Yeah, so the caption on an image can also be misleading in the way it describes what is happening in the photo, particularly if it generates strong emotion.
Yeah, well, here's an example. Look at this picture. And it might make you feel completely different emotions depending on how it's described. Amazing. I saw the police helping an injured protester. Terrible. I saw the police attacking an innocent protester. So what do you think, Sam? Do you think the different captions tell a different story?
Definitely, yes. So those two captions elicit two completely different emotions. But which one is right? Without a wider context, we wouldn't know which one was correct. So that's not the only way images can be misleading. It's not just captions. Images can be cropped, manipulated and edited to add things that were never there, or take away things that were there. In fact, it's so easy to do this now that an aged relative of mine, who shall remain nameless, removed an in-law from a family photo and replaced her with a bush. That photo now hangs in the living room, and unless you really examined it closely, you wouldn't realize at all that someone was missing.
I'm glad I'm not in your family, Sam. Now, most mainstream media organizations are very careful about the images they use and how they're described, particularly if those images have come from members of the public.
So on social media, though, anyone can publish an image and say anything about it.
And that's where people like today's guest come in. Paulo Odavesa is a viral image debunker. He's known as PicPedant on Twitter and spends his free time verifying images which seem to him to be not quite right. It's an activity he took up while working as a contractor at NASA. I spoke to him earlier and asked why he does it.
Well, partly I'm just pedantic. I'm a stickler for accuracy, but partly it's also that I get annoyed at seeing digital art, seeing manipulated images passed off as real, and in a sense, it's unfair to the people who made them because you've robbed them of attribution, you've robbed them of context and credit, and I want to see justice done in that sense. But on a grander scale, it's also that small lies can later lead to bigger lies. I've seen cases of viral image purveyors who just grab stuff off Reddit, later be cited in bigger contexts, and the damage they can do is amplified significantly by the nature of social media. I've seen people go from historical photos and go into full-blown health conspiracies about the pandemic. I've seen nature photos lead to eco-fascism. So, It's the kind of thing I'd like to see nipped in the bud before it leads to grander, more harmful falsehoods.
So is this artist's work being stolen without credit? Fake and edited images being published as real, and also people who do this using their popularity on social media to promote conspiracy theories and radical action. But how do we know that an image is fake, copied, or misleading? If you do this a lot, you can spot the signs easily. But for those of us with less experience, here are a few tips from PicPedant.
For one thing, there's context. You want to see is this image too good to be true? Is it too lucky? Sometimes a photographer will get lucky, but sometimes that image is manipulated. Also think about what emotions these images are eliciting in you. What are they trying to make you feel or think or do? What is the publisher's aim? Are they trying to make money? Are they trying to become more popular? Are they trying to manipulate your view of the world? And things that you need to look out for when you're looking at a viral image, you want to look for any signs of manipulation, telltales that it's been edited. Sometimes the edges are too blurry, sometimes the edges are too sharp. Sometimes the light sources are different and you'll see shadows in different directions. Sometimes the perspective will be wrong, or you'll see artifacts of Photoshop clone stamping, or you'll see repeating patterns that indicate that something has been copied.
A few things to look out for there, some technical, some emotional. We've seen throughout this series that many examples of fake news are designed to generate strong emotions, and photos are no different.
Yes. This doesn't mean that every emotional, interesting, or spectacular image is suspicious. The latest baby picture from your family is probably not fake, but with your critical thinking head on, when you see images that make you feel upset, angry, or outraged, it might be worth taking a deep breath and doing a bit of investigating before you think about sharing.
And how do you investigate an image? Here's Paulo Odovesa again with a practical tip.
The first thing I do is plug the image into a reverse image search tool like TinEye or Google Image Search, which has a reverse image search if you click on the little camera icon in the search bar. And that will show you repeat occurrences of the image across various websites and how far back the repetitions go. I have to warn you that the oldest or the largest image are not always necessarily the original image. So you have to be able to tell from context, from the site, if that is actually the photographer or the digital artist's original image. Also, if I found that if you search for the caption, if you do a phrase search by entering the caption in quotes into Google or DuckDuckGo as I use, you might find a Reddit post or some other social media post where the image was first posted or where the image first became popular. On certain photography sites, you might be able to find the metadata for the image, or the EXIF data as it's called. And that will tell you things like what camera was used to take the image, what lens they use, what lens angle, what f-stop, what exposure. But it will also tell you what software the image has been through. Now remember that Photoshop is not necessarily a sign that the image has been manipulated, or at least has been faked, because sometimes a photographer will take an image into Photoshop and do some minor enhancements. That doesn't mean the image has been completely fake, but sometimes it may mean that. Again, you have to consider context.
So search for the caption. That's a good tip.
Yeah, that's also a good thing to do if you see a controversial meme. You know the ones. There's a photograph of a politician or another public figure and a quote next to their image, which is supposed to be something they said or was said about them. Put that quote into a search engine to see what comes up, and you'll be able to see if it's a real quote or something that's made up.
That's very good advice. I do that all the time. And the other good suggestion is to do a reverse image search. Are you familiar with that, Sam?
Yes, so that's where you search using an image rather than text to see if that same image has been used before on the internet. Shall we do a little demonstration?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's take this image. Let's imagine someone has posted this picture online today with the caption, The media isn't covering this, but there are violent demonstrations outside Parliament. Please share.
Okay, so I'm using a site called TinEye, which is one of the ones Paolo mentioned. I drag the image into the box here, and then I let it do its thing. It then shows me all the examples of this image it has found. You can sort by date and see that this image has been present on the internet since at least 2012. So it can't be from something that happened today. The image is genuine, but the description is misleading.
Thank you, Sam. Very useful tips there. Now, would you please remind us of today's vocabulary?
Yes, of course. So I'm going to start by picking out a word that we've used a lot today, which is manipulate. To manipulate an image means to change it or edit it in some way to deliberately mislead. And as we've discussed, you can also manipulate emotions. Our guest Paolo said that he was pedantic, which I am about grammar, which means being very concerned that things are correct, often things that other people are not that worried about. And that he is a stickler for accuracy. When you are a stickler for something, you expect or demand a certain level of behavior. If you see this phrase, you will see it mostly with the noun accuracy or rules. Two words which mean nearly the same thing are con and scam. These are dishonest schemes designed to trick people and take their money. The people who carry out these schemes are con artists and scammers. Phishing is a type of scam. It's a trick designed to steal your banking information by getting you to log on to a fake website with your real details. And a hoax is a kind of deception, something designed to make you believe something that isn't true.
Thank you, Sam. It's very easy to manipulate images today, and images can be used to manipulate our emotions. So be skeptical, be vigilant, and share safely.
And remember that just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true. And if something seems too good to be true, it probably is. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
In the present continuous tense, verbs end in ing. In careful speech, Americans pronounce the G at the end of the verb. However, in fast speech, many Americans do not pronounce the G at the end of the verb. The result sounds like this:
Writin',
doin'.
readin'.
Here is an example.
Careful speech.
I am reading a book.
Fast speech.
I'm reading a book.
Now you try it. Make I am shorter too.
I am recording my show.
I'm recording my show.
Another way Americans shorten words is to put them together. What and are often sound like water. Now you try it.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Chocolate bars and ice cream can be as addictive as drugs. Now, some scientists think they should come with a warning. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The junk food you love might soon have addictive written on it. A major review has found that adding warning labels to ultra-processed food could stop people buying it. Researchers say these foods can have the same addiction symptoms as drugs. They estimate 1 in 7 adults and 1 in 8 children are already addicted to ultra-processed foods.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have labelled, tackle, and slapping.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Some ultra-processed foods should be labelled addictive, scientists say.
So, this headline is saying that some scientists think certain types of foods, ultra-processed foods, should be labelled addictive. Addictive meaning something you can't stop doing. But we're looking at labelled, and it contains the word label, a label, something you find, for example, on your clothes or on a packet, which has some information.
It does, yeah. A label gives you information about the object that it's attached to, like your shirt. But here the headline is saying that ultra-processed food should literally come with a label that says addictive on it.
Right, so is that it? It's very literal, it's very clear, but I bet there's a metaphorical use as well.
There is, yeah. So a person, an object, an activity can be labelled, and this means described in a certain way, often unfairly. For example, maybe you tell one lie and now you're labelled a liar. Were you labelled anything at school, Neil? Maybe a troublemaker?
No, I wasn't labelled a troublemaker, but maybe I was labelled a clown because I used to like to make funny jokes in the class. Yeah, okay. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Times. Label ultra-processed foods addictive to tackle obesity, say scientists.
So there's that word label again that we've just been learning about. Scientists say we should label ultra-processed foods as addictive so that we can help to tackle obesity. And tackle is the word we are looking at. Tackle is a word familiar to every football fan. It's when you try to take the ball from the opposition. Is there any connection?
Kind of. So in football, the other team are the opposition and you want to beat them. Now, in this story, tackle is used metaphorically. Obesity is what we want to beat or deal with, and that's why the headline says we want to tackle obesity. We need to deal with it.
Okay, so how else can we use tackle in this metaphorical way?
Well, police might tackle crime in a city. Lots of people are doing what they can to tackle climate change.
Yeah, that's right. I've started riding my bike to work to help tackle climate change. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Daily Mail. Slapping junk food with addictive warning labels could help end obesity, major review finds.
So, addictive warning labels could be added to junk food. The word we're looking at is slapping. Beth, what is slap?
It's this. Don't worry, that wasn't real. And slap in the headline is also not literal, it's metaphorical. So slap here means to put a label onto the junk food quickly and urgently.
Yes, that's right. So it's emphasizing that the new labels should be added soon. It's an urgent situation, and the use of slap, there's a kind of aggression about it as well. Now, Beth, can you give me 10 more examples, please?
10? We don't have time for 10 more. That's ridiculous.
Well, Beth just slapped down my idea. And there's another use of slap as a phrasal verb with down, and it means to criticize someone's suggestion. Let's look at that again. We've had tackle, deal with.
Labelled, described in a specific way.
And slapping, attaching urgently.
Now, if you enjoyed this topic, we think you'll love this episode of News Review about fast food being bad for your brain. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Pete, hi. Hi, we're here.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Marcia.
Hi.
How are you two?
I am great.
You know, Pete, I am new to DC. The city is big.
Yeah, but you learn a little more every day. How's the new apartment?
The new apartment is great. Let's get coffee.
Anna, do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen in my bag. I have a...
It is not a pen. It is a book. It is a big book.
Yes, it is, Pete. I know I have a pen, though. I have a...
It is not a pen, Anna. A toy?
I have a...
And it is a pillow.
Do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen.
Now you try it.
Pete, Marcia, I know I have a pen.
Anna, it is a map.
Why do you have a map of the world?
Pete, Marcia, now I know I have a pen.
And now you have a lamp.
It is not a pen.
It is a map.
Now you try it.
Anna.
I have a pen. Let's get coffee. Pete, hi. Hi, we're here.
Hi, Anna. Hi, Marcia.
Hi.
How are you two?
I am great.
You know, Pete, I am new to DC. The city is big.
Yeah, but you learn a little more every day. How's the new apartment?
The new apartment is great. Let's get coffee.
Anna, do you have a pen?
Yes, I have a pen in my bag. I have a...
It is not a pen. It is a book. It is a big book.
Yes, it is, Pete. I know I have a pen, though. I have a...
It is not a pen, Anna. A toy?
I have a...
And it is a pillow.
Pete, Marcia, I know I have a pen.
Anna, it is a map.
Why do you have a map of the world?
Pete, Marcia. Now, I know I have a pen.
And now you have a lamp.
Anna.
I have a pen. Let's get coffee.
This man promised his followers the world, then led them to their deaths. This man was once part of a cult's inner circle and now works to prevent others from doing the same.
I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, and I became a right-wing fascist.
We look at what happens when leadership turns bad and how to avoid becoming caught up in a cult. Port Kaituma, Guyana. In 1978, 918 people died here and in the country's capital. This is Jim Jones, an American religious leader. He founded an organization called the People's Temple in the US. He took many of his followers to Guyana, building a settlement called Jonestown near Port Kaituma. Soon there were reports of beatings, disease, and other abuse. Jim Jones' mental and physical health became worse. November 18, 1978, Temple members attacked a plane on this airstrip. It was carrying a team investigating Jonestown. 5 people died, 11 were injured. In Jonestown, the remaining cult members drank or were forced to take poison. Men, women, children, and babies died. This pattern has been repeated. Political leaders like Kim Il-sung and Stalin had cult-like followings and were responsible for many, many deaths. What gives a leader like this such control over their followers?
A cult-type leader is typically someone who claims to have all the answers needed to solve the world's problems, and that includes whatever problems the individual they're attempting to recruit faces as well. As a result of this, they demand absolute commitment from their followers and encourage them to escalate their commitment to the group until a point is reached where absolutely every waking moment and all the emotional and intellectual and financial resources of the person concerned are committed to and involved in the group.
Cult leaders like to claim to be able to solve the world's and your problems, and they want your complete devotion.
Cult leaders are not necessarily easy to spot. At the beginning, they are approaching you in a friendly spirit. They claim to be offering just some interesting ideas about politics, life, religion, or whatever, and they only become clearly cult leaders for most people after a period of time when the person concerned has already escalated their commitment to the group beyond any point of reason.
Cult leaders are not always easy to spot. They can appear very friendly at first.
Well, if we take Jim Jones as an example, he staged miraculous faith healings in which he claimed people were being cured of cancer, that the blind could see and the crippled could walk. But he didn't necessarily begin to influence people by showing them these things. At the beginning, most people wandered into what seemed to be very warm and inviting church services where they felt welcomed in a way that many of them hadn't been welcomed before. And it was only after some period of time that they then were exposed to these deceptive techniques to convince them that Jones was a man with amazing powers beyond the norm.
Leaders like Jim Jones go to great lengths to welcome in new people. We can call this being love-bombed.
Most of us are vulnerable to the lure of cult leaders at various points in our lives, particularly after we have had some kind of stressful experience, such as maybe going through a divorce or losing our jobs. For example, if you look at the Jonestown group, many of the people who joined it had suffered from racist abuse in the past, which traumatized them. Many others were returning veterans of the Vietnam War who were suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and were looking for some kind of idealistic community or group to which they could join and which would make them feel welcome.
Leaders promising all the answers can seem attractive when we are vulnerable. So how can we recognise these leaders?
The first thing I think we need to do is to require people making extraordinary claims to offer a great deal of evidence in support of them. Beyond that, if we think we are in an environment where we're being subjected to pressures that we don't like, that are asking us to constantly escalate our commitment to those groups, and where criticism of the leader is forbidden or discouraged in various ways, it is best to try and get out of that environment as quickly as is possible.
If you are feeling controlled by someone else, it is best to leave. This isn't always easy to do, so try to get support from others if you can. Dr. Stephen Hassan knows all about cults. In the 1970s, he became a senior figure in the Unification Church, more commonly known as the Moonies. The church was set up by a Korean called Sun Myung Moon. He claimed to be God's Messiah, but members were often cut off from their previous life, prevented from seeing family and friends. Stephen now works to stop others from becoming a victim of cult leaders.
My personality changed dramatically. That's one of the telltale signs, actually, of being in an authoritarian cult, is what we refer to as a radical personality change. So I went from Stephen Hassan, who was a college student writing poetry, who had a ponytail and wore dungarees, to a man with a short haircut, three-piece suit, and I became a right-wing fascist, essentially throwing out my poetry, cutting off from my family and friends because they raised concerns about my membership.
So Stephen Hassan's personality changed dramatically when he became a Moonie. How did he view the leader, Sun Myung Moon?
So it's very important to understand that I was already programmed to look at him as the greatest man in human history. So naturally, I had my blinders on already when I actually met with him and experienced him. I've heard many people see him speak and they'd say, he has no charisma. Like, how could you see anything in him? So that's an interesting phenomenon, that somebody who feels that the person is emanating great charisma and power could leave somebody else completely dry.
Stephen admired Sun Myung Moon, but he had been programmed or brainwashed to be. Others saw him differently. How did this inform Stephen's view of leadership?
First of all, I consider myself, before the Moonies, a bookworm introvert. When I got into the cult and I was pushed into leadership positions and recruiting strangers on street corners, I became very extroverted in my cult identity. In fact, I was told to become a small Sun Myung Moon and think like him and walk like him and talk like him. And when I got out of the cult, I didn't want any leadership. I didn't want to influence anybody. And yet I knew what I knew, and I knew that I had a contribution to help others.
Stephen realised he had a leadership role to play in preventing others from joining cults. So how does his leadership differ now?
I want people to ask me questions and I answer honestly and responsibly. And often people will challenge me and say, we don't agree with this point or that. And I think about it, and if I realize they're right, I apologize and I change my point of view. So the key is humility, I think.
Stephen encourages people to challenge his views, and he is willing to change his mind. So how easy is it to fall for a cult these days?
Social media is intentionally going to use information that's gathered about you from all of your activities. There are some 5,000 data points on every human being, I'm told. And these are going to be oriented in algorithms towards you. So what I say is you need to be really skeptical And if you're curious about something, really do a consumer awareness approach. It's saying they're making this claim, it sounds outrageous, I need outrageous level of proof.
Be skeptical or wary of claims being made online and check them out thoroughly. So people who make grand promises and demand complete loyalty from you are likely to be cult-like leaders. Even online, question their claims, check their facts. If they are authentic, they won't mind.
In Dubai, EU environment official Wopke Hoefstra tells the COP28 climate summit the meeting should mark the beginning of the end for fossil fuels. In Egypt, the chief of the U.S. Agency for International Development offers $21 million in aid to Gaza for a hospital. In South Africa, Nobel Prize winner Malala Yousafzai accuses Afghanistan's ruling Taliban of gender apartheid for its treatment of women and girls. And at the Pentagon, the U.S. and Sweden sign a defense cooperation agreement as Sweden awaits approval from Turkey and Hungary to join NATO.
US and UK launch new airstrikes on Houthi targets. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Georgie. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
The US and UK have launched more airstrikes against Houthi targets in Yemen. The Houthis have been attacking ships they say are linked to Israel and the West as they travel through the Red Sea trade route. The UK and US said that they were trying to protect the free flow of commerce.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this story?
We have fresh, deal another blow, and send a clear message.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one's from the BBC. US and UK launch fresh strikes on Houthis in Yemen.
This headline tells us that the UK and US have launched strikes, which means they have started an attack on the Houthis. But this isn't their first attack on the Houthis, so we need to look at the word fresh. Now, Georgie, this word always makes me think of food, so why is it being used here?
Yes, it's true that fresh is usually used to describe food that is recently produced. So fresh fruit is fruit that has just been picked. Fresh bread has just come out of the oven. Here, though, fresh is another way of saying that the strikes on the Houthis are new.
Okay, so the US and UK have sent strikes before, but these ones are new, they are fresh. Can you give us some other examples of when we can use fresh with this meaning?
Yes, sure. So you could say that the lawyers brought fresh evidence to the court, which means that they brought new evidence that no one had seen before. If a company hires someone, they usually want someone with a fresh perspective, someone with new and innovative ideas.
That's right. Okay, let's look at that one more time. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from the Evening Standard. Fresh UK and US airstrikes on Houthi targets deal another blow to militants.
This headline gives us a quote from the UK's Defence Secretary, Grant Shapps, who says that the strikes deal another blow to the Houthis. Now, deal a blow is the expression we're looking at. Georgie, can you break this down for us?
Yes, well, it's got two parts. We've got deal and blow. So deal in this sense is another way of saying give out or distribute. So imagine in a card game, we deal cards to the other players. Blow in this sense is another word for a big hit or a sudden impact.
Right, so deal a blow in this case sounds very literal because the US and UK have given, that's deal, the Houthis a big hit, and that is the blow because of these airstrikes. Now, I'm guessing that this has a metaphorical meaning as well.
That's right, and I think both are relevant here. So in a metaphorical sense, it can be used when something causes a significant problem or setback.
So in this story, the purpose of the strikes was to cause problems for the Houthis so that they would be weaker and less able to attack ships in the Red Sea. Can you give us another example?
Yep, so we can say that the pandemic dealt an enormous blow to the economy. It damaged it. Notice here how the past form of deal is dealt, which has a different pronunciation. So we're going from the sound E to the sound E.
Yes, we have deal and dealt. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This one's from The Guardian. Fresh US-UK airstrikes send clear message to Houthis, says Cameron.
Now this time we're hearing from the UK's Foreign Secretary, David Cameron, and we're looking at his phrase, send a clear message. Now, when I hear a clear message, it makes me think about something spoken or written that is really easy to understand, like a very clear email or something.
Yes, but in this story, the US and UK governments say they are sending a clear message to the Houthis with airstrikes. And the message here, according to Cameron, is that if the UK gives a warning, then it will do what it says.
Now, we hear this phrase a lot in a very literal sense. This morning I sent a clear message, a text message, to my mum. But can you give us an example of how it's used in this headline?
Yes, so imagine a company decides to remove all single-use plastic from its packaging. You might say that this sends a very clear message that it cares about the environment and sustainability.
Yes, that's right. Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had fresh, it's new.
Deal another blow, cause more harm.
And send a clear message. Communicate something with an action that is easy to understand.
Now, if you want to watch more episodes of News Review, click here.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another episode. Thank you for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
The footballer who forced his government to feed hungry children.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
And the young student who got her community active and fighting for their rights. We'll show you what qualities these young leaders showed in fighting for something they believe in. Marcus Rashford in action for Manchester United. Not the obvious person you'd expect to help fight hunger and poverty. The COVID pandemic, children in the UK were sent home from school, and many poorer children no longer got free school meals. Marcus wanted to help get food to those that need it the most. He wrote a letter to the government calling on them to end child poverty. Unlike many in the British government, Marcus had come from a poor background.
You know what families are going through now. I once had to go through that same system, and it's very difficult to find a way out. But now that I'm in this position that I'm in, it's very important for me to help the people that are struggling, and That was the main reason why the letter was written.
Public support for the footballer grew. He became a leading voice in the campaign to end child food poverty. He got the British government to carry on giving free food to those that needed it, with the support of thousands of people. How did he do it?
The personal connection that Marcus Rashford has to the cause is very important because of his strong belief and conviction that child poverty is not something that should be allowed in society. And because he has experienced it, he knows that this is a cause that is as important and even bigger than football.
So Marcus Rashford's personal connection to the cause is important here, and we can see how that motivates him.
Although there is so much you can get from being a footballer, there is a bigger cause in society, in this case child poverty, that is bigger than football. And he sees that as a vision and feels that he has a position in power to be able to influence that.
So Marcus Rashford sees the bigger picture. He knows there are many children experiencing hunger like he did, and this drives his leadership.
Marcus Rashford feels he's got a role to play in fighting child poverty because he's in a position as a professional footballer, and he has the vision. And the honesty and simple way in which he communicates and drives that vision pulls people around him and creates a team spirit within the community, such that even politicians are challenged to try to do more.
Marcus Rashford knows he has a role to play. His passion and commitment draws people to the cause, and his message cannot be ignored, even by the politicians.
He's able to stay the course, irrespective of what people might say or want him to do. He knows that he has to stay the course to be able to achieve his vision, because that is what he has been doing most of his life.
So resilience and persistence are important character traits here and enable you to stand firm in the face of criticism. But what if you aren't a high-profile footballer? The killing of George Floyd, a black man, at the hands of a white police officer was caught on video and led to massive protests around the world. Bonnie Adeli, a student from the UK, decided to join the growing movement.
Fight for your black friend! Defend your black colleague!
Bonnie organised a protest in her hometown. She set it up in just 2 days. So what were Bonnie's experiences of leadership?
I didn't watch the video, but I felt the effects of that. Sorry. I felt the effects of that immediately, because just hearing about it is enough to shake somebody, I think.
Bonnie Adeli, as a black woman, had been personally affected by the killing and wanted to respond.
I tried to make sure that this protest is not linked to any political party, any local agenda, nothing. This is about black people having a space to grieve, and if you are a self-proclaimed ally and you want to support, then you have a space to come and support.
Bonnie knew others felt the same way as her and wanted to give them an opportunity to come together. She also knew she was putting herself at risk.
As somebody in charge, you take full accountability for everything that happens. And knowing that, you have to be ready for things to go wrong, things to not go your way, for people to hurl abuse at you. I think knowing that before you decide to take something on is really, really important, because self-awareness should let you know whether or not you can hold that.
Bonnie took a risk and accepted personal responsibility for the event, knowing it might not go well. This makes her a believable leader. She also thinks it's important to not forget the issue you are fighting for.
Honour the people that you've come to serve, because I think it's about leading and taking charge, sure, but it's also about serving. you're there to, I organized a protest, but it was to serve. It was to serve my community. I don't know how else to phrase that, but when you lead, you also serve. And that's, there's a lot of humility that comes with that, I think. I was, like I said, very humbled. By the end of that protest, humbled to the absolute extreme.
Bonnie says she was humbled. She didn't see herself as bigger than the cause. People are more likely to follow her because of this. So, to lead for a cause, you need to show your connection to the cause. You might need to take a real risk, and you should remember you are not bigger than the cause itself. Be humble.
Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues: fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even
Yes.
not confident but want to ace that job interview, fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labeled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
There's something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
Really
pretty much
common.
everywhere,
Mhm.
right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written. There was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
Mm-hmm. And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed.
Mm-hmm.
This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away.
Mm-hmm.
So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later program. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
No, we all know about it.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake. The diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin meets Bahrain's king and launches an operation to protect shipping in the Red Sea from Houthi rebels in Yemen. The United States and South Korea begin 2 weeks of special operations exercises following North Korea's latest missile launch. In China, a 6.2 magnitude earthquake in Gansu and Qinghai provinces has killed at least 126 people and injured hundreds. And in the U.S. state of Texas, Governor Greg Abbott signs a law permitting local judges to expel from the country illegal migrants arrested in Texas.
No more plant-based steaks, at least not in France. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
Plant-based food can no longer have meat-based names in France. The French government have published a list of words, such as steak and ribs, that will not be allowed on labels for meat-free products. Farmers in the country have argued that using these words for non-meat products could confuse customers. Similar measures are being discussed in other countries.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have meaty, salvo, and reignites.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. No more cordon bleu. France prepares to ban vegetarian products from using meaty language.
So, as the headline says, France is banning the way that certain foods, plant-based foods, are described. It's not banning the food itself. Now, we are looking at the adjective meaty. How exactly can language be meaty?
Well, firstly, meaty can be used to describe food. If you are cooking or eating something meaty, then it either is actually meat or it has a strong flavour of meat.
Although this headline is playing with the meaning of the word meaty, because the banned words could actually be used to describe actual meat. But meaty language is what we're looking at. Tell us more.
Well, meaty can also have this meaning of complex or serious, and it's often used to describe books and films. I really like reading. I enjoy a good big novel, lots of difficult language in it, which could be described as meaty.
Yeah, well, you're obviously a lot cleverer than me, Beth, because I don't really like reading anything meaty. I prefer just to look at the sports pages. That's good enough for me. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from VOA News. France readies new salvo against meat substitutes labelling.
We are learning about the word salvo. Beth, tell us more. There's a military origin, I think.
There is, yep. So salvo is originally a military term and it means to fire all the guns at once. Imagine an old warship and all of the cannons shoot at the same time.
Well, that is the literal meaning, but we are learning a metaphorical meaning, which is attack. And here it's a legal attack, it's not a physical attack. The French government has tried this in the past and is getting ready to try it again.
That's right. Now, we can also use the expression launch a salvo to describe criticising someone. Last night, very late, the neighbours in the flat above me were being really loud. So when I saw them this morning, I launched a salvo of angry words in their direction.
Okay, that sounds a bit scary. I must remember never to make any noise near you, Beth. I'm not sure if I could handle a salvo of angry words from you. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from WIO News. France reignites bid to ban use of words steak, spare ribs for plant-based food.
So we are going to learn about the word reignite, and there is a clue hidden in the word. It's connected, Beth, to fire.
It is. Now, if you ignite a fire, you start a fire, and that prefix re means again. So reignite means to start a fire again. Now, we're not talking about a literal fire here, but obviously fire is dramatic. It's kind of related to conflict. And here we're talking about a political campaign.
Yes, as we've already heard, this isn't the first time the French government has tried to ban these meat-related words, but they are doing it again. They've reignited it, they've started again.
Exactly. And there are other things that you can reignite. Maybe you're having an argument with somebody, it's finally calmed down, and then they say something really annoying and it reignites the argument again.
Yes, but it doesn't have to be all negative. You can reignite your passion for something you love. Now, I heard, Beth, that you used to go surfing and you've reignited your passion. You're going to start again.
I have. In fact, I'm going to reignite my passion and go surfing right after news review.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had meaty, interesting or complex.
Salvo, an attack or criticism.
And reignite, start up again.
Now, if you've enjoyed this episode, we think you'll love this 6-minute English where we asked, would you eat less meat if it would help the environment?
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Rich nations agree to pay poorer countries for damage caused by climate change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
People in the world's poorest countries suffer the devastating effects of climate change more than anyone else. Now, rich nations have agreed to pay into a fund to help countries damaged by the industrial activity of the developed world. The UN's climate chief says this will benefit the most vulnerable around the world. Some are calling the deal a historic victory, but others worry it is not enough.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have empty, game changer, and hot air.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Conversation. COP27's Loss and Damage Fund for Developing Countries could be a breakthrough or another empty climate promise.
So the headline is saying this could be a breakthrough, that means a really big development, or it could be an empty promise. And we're looking at the word empty. Now, Beth, I always have a mug of tea before we start recording. I've drunk it now and it is empty. There's nothing in it. Is there a connection in the meaning?
Well, we do often associate empty with physical objects, so like your mug. It's empty, it contains nothing now, but it's not only for the inside of objects, so we can also use it with words, things that you say, like promises.
Yeah, and when we use it in that way, we are saying those words are meaningless, really.
Exactly. So the headline writer says, empty climate promise. That means they think that the developed countries might not actually give the money to the developing countries.
And we can use empty in this sense with other nouns, for example, empty words or empty threats. That's when you say you will do something, but you don't.
Exactly. In fact, Neil, don't you say every week that you'll buy me a coffee and then you don't?
Yes, that is an empty promise. I also say to my kids, you're getting nothing for Christmas because your room is so untidy. But that is an empty threat. Of course, I'm going to buy them something for Christmas. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from RTE. EU proposal, the game changer at COP27.
And we are looking at the expression game changer. Now, I know what a game is. It's the World Cup at the moment. There are games on every day. But together with changer, there's a different meaning. What's the sense?
Well, a game changer means something is so significant that it actually changes the way that something is done or the way that it's thought about. Now, game here doesn't mean a game that you play, it's actually just the situation. And the situation here is that developed countries are giving money to poorer nations because of climate damage.
Yeah, and that new agreement is seen as a significant development, so we can call it a game changer. Are there any other uses?
Well, it's usually used for big things rather than minor developments. So we can use it with ideas like inventions or events.
Yes, and talking of inventions, a really obvious and good example is the smartphone. It has been a complete game changer. It changes the way we do lots of things.
Yeah, we can now connect to the internet anywhere.
Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from The Telegraph. COP27 was a lot of hot air, again.
And the expression we're looking at is hot air. And the meaning seems obvious, air which is hot, like a hairdryer, right?
Well, that's not what it means here. So hot air is actually something that sounds impressive, but in reality, it means nothing. It's nonsense.
Yeah, so according to the writer, all of the discussion, all of the agreements were nonsense. They were meaningless. They were hot air. Now, hot air is quite informal, isn't it?
Yes, it is. And it's also quite rude. If you say that what someone is saying is hot air, then they're probably going to be quite offended.
Okay, I'll avoid that expression then. Are there any alternatives we could use?
Yeah, well, hot air is informal and rude, and there are some even ruder expressions. We're not going to mention them here, but you could say that someone is talking rubbish or talking nonsense. Again, a little bit informal and rude.
And as we often see, there is a double meaning in this headline. Can you explain it?
Yeah, so with climate change, the planet is literally heating up. It's getting hotter. So yeah, here we've got hot air, and that is what the planet has.
Okay, let's have a look at that one more time. We've had empty, meaningless.
Game changer, something that causes a significant change.
And hot air. It sounds impressive, but it's nonsense.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Animals and plants that are bad for nature. A new report says non-native species are a danger. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about today's story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Non-native animals and plants are destroying biodiversity and ecosystems across the world. A major scientific report says mosquitoes are spreading dengue and yellow fever, and rats and snakes are killing seabird populations. Invasive species are those that come from a different environment accidentally and cause damage. They often arrive via ships, planes, and tourists.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have repelled, high stakes, and running rife.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from DW, that's Deutsche Welle. Can invasive alien species be repelled?
Okay, let's start with alien. Alien means that these species come from a foreign country. They are invasive and they spread quickly and they cause damage. But we are looking at repelled. Now, this word, Beth, repelled, reminds me of the thing I use when I go to some countries on holiday.
Yes, now that is useful to think about. It's insect repellent. You spray it on you or put cream on and it keeps insects like mosquitoes away from you. Now we're looking at repelled and the verb is repel.
Yes, and to repel, the verb means to force something away from you. And the headline writer is asking whether these alien species can be forced away. Can they be repelled?
That's right. Now, things can also repel you. They make you want to stay away from them. And that includes people. If you find someone unpleasant, then they can repel you.
I think Beth's saying that I repel her. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Japan Today. World losing high-stakes fight against invasive species.
So this headline is saying that the world is losing its battle against invasive species, and it describes the fight as high stakes. High stakes is an expression that comes from betting or gambling. And if something is high stakes, you could win a lot, you could lose a lot. So the risk is high.
Exactly. Now, high stakes is an adjective and it means there's a lot to lose or a serious risk if something isn't successful. So this headline is describing the fight against invasive species as high stakes.
Yes, and we know that these invasive species are not good for the planet, and there is a lot of risk if we can't stop them.
Now, we use it in other situations as well. For example, in tests like IELTS. This is a high stakes test because there's a lot to lose. If you don't get the band that you need, you will have to pay again.
Yes. Now, talking of risk, Beth, I was playing poker last night. It was a high stakes game.
Okay. How did you do? Did you win, lose?
Well, I was wondering if you could lend me some money for lunch. Just £5 maybe? Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline, please.
This is from MSN. Invasive alien species running rife around Earth at unprecedented rates.
So we see that word alien again that we've already looked at. The headline says that alien species are running rife. Running rife is what we're going to learn about. Now, Beth, we all know run, but what's the connection here?
Well, run rife means that something is uncontrolled. It doesn't literally mean running. And this idea of speed is important. So invasive species are spreading very quickly in an uncontrolled way, almost like they're running.
Yes, and we can use this to talk about people as well. So, for example, criminals might run rife in a certain area. It means there's a lot of crime, it's spreading fast, nobody can control it.
Or children might run rife at a party. The kids are out of control.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had repelled, forced away.
High stakes. There's a lot at risk.
And running rife. It's uncontrolled.
Now, if you enjoyed this video, we think you'll love this box set all about animals. Click here to watch.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Як сказати віджимання, присідання, станова тяга англійською та як назвати інші вправи, які військові виконують на фізичних тренуваннях. Що входить до Army Combat Fitness Test та чим Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test відрізняється від Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test? Як розповісти англійською про оцінювання фізичної підготовки в ЗСУ? Це канал Армійська англійська, а я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. І я не втомлююсь повторювати, що мовна підготовка має бути обов'язковою в Збройних силах України, так само, як і фізична. І саме про фізичну підготовку військових, PT, Physical Training, ми з вами поговоримо сьогодні. Почнемо із назв найбільш популярних фізичних вправ. Push-ups – віджимання, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, лежачи на спині, dragging weight – перетягування ваги, lifting weights – підйом ваги, kettlebells carrying – носіння гир, squats – присідання, overhead squat – присідання зі штангою над головою, burpees – burpee, deadlifts – станова тяга, leg tucks – підтягування ніг, supine bicycles – вправа велосипед, лежачи на спині, climbing monkey bar – вправа на рукоході, standing power throw – перекидання м'яча через голову в позі стоячи, windmill exercise – вправа млин, ground combat techniques – бійцівські єдиноборства, stretching exercises – вправи на розтяжку, plank – планка, to hold a plank – тримати планку, swimming – плавання, rowing – гребля, від дієслова to row – гребти, biking – байкінг – їзда на велосипеді, fast running – біг на швидкість, 2-mile run – забіг на 2 милі, це приблизно 3-2 кілометри, sprint – спринт. Розглянемо вправи, що потрібні для проходження смуги перешкод. Climbing wooden wall – лазіння по дерев'яній стінці. Climbing the net – лазіння по сітці. Rope climbing – лазіння по канату. Зверніть увагу на слово climbing від дієслова to climb. Літера B не читається. Lifting wheel – вправа перевертання покришки. Practicing tire obstacles – біг з перешкодами з автомобільних шин. Crawling under the net – лазіння під сіткою. Carrying a wooden post – вправа на перенесення дерев'яної колоди. До речі, детальніше про смугу перешкод ми поговоримо з вами в наступному відео. А зараз перевірте, чи ви підписані на цей канал. І якщо підписані, чи стоїть ваша вподобайка до цього відео? Також всі ваші коментарі сприяють тому, щоб наші уроки просувались в YouTube. Тому жоден ваш коментар не буде зайвим. Коротко поговоримо про тести фізичної підготовки в різних родах військ США. До речі, нещодавно я розповідала про роди військ США і давала корисні слова для розповіді про роди військ та сил, їхні функції та завдання. Подивіться це відео, якщо пропустили. The Army Combat Fitness Test – ACFT – складається з 6 компонентів, які тестують різні параметри підготовки від м'язової сили та потужності (muscular strength and power) до гнучкості та координації (flexibility and coordination). Солдати заробляють бали за виконання та перевиконання мінімальних вимог кожного завдання. Компоненти тесту такі: 3 maximum deadlift – 3 повторення максимальної станової тяги. У цій частині теста треба to lift – підняти the maximum weight you can 3 times – 3 рази. Standing power throw – силовий кидок стоячи. Солдати мають to throw – кинути a 10-pound medicine ball backward and overhead as far as possible. Назад та над головою якомога далі. Також у форматі тесту солдати виконують hand release push-ups – віджимання. They complete as many hand release push-ups as possible. Якомога більше віджимань із відривом долонь in 2 minutes. Sprint, drag, carry. Спринт, тягни, перенеси. Треба пройти 25-метрову дистанцію 5 разів якомога швидше. Вона включає спринт, перетягування ваги у 90 фунтів, sled drag, біг приставним кроком, laterals, перенесення в руках 2 40-pound kettlebell weights, 40-фунтових гир та ще один спринт. Це випробування симулює перетаскування побратима, a battle buddy, на полі бою в безпечнішу зону або в укриття, а також перенесення боєкомплекту на бойових позиціях. Leg tuck – підтягування ніг. Soldiers complete as many leg tucks as possible, водночас зберігаючи a relatively vertical posture – відносно вертикальне положення. 2-mile run on a measured, generally flat, outdoor course. 2-мильна пробіжка на час по відносно рівній місцевості на відкритому повітрі. Морські піхотинці США складають 2 тести. Перший – це The Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test, який включає pull-ups or push-ups – підтягування або віджимання, planking – стійку в планці та timed 3-mile run. Другий – The Marine Corps Combat Fitness Test – тест, що тестує не тільки загальну форму, а й фізичну підготовку до бойових дій. CFT складають кожні півроку, щоб підтвердити свою боєздатність. В цьому тесті морські піхотинці повинні run 880 yards. Це simulating movement to contact in battle dress uniform. А також lift a 30-pound ammunition can overhead над головою і зробити максимальну кількість повторів за 2 хвилини. Крім того, вони perform a maneuver under fire simulated event. Для цього випробування морпіхи are paired up by size, діляться на пари за розміром. Вони виконують низку задач, у тому числі з перешкодами: sprints, agility course, high crawl, low crawl, body drag, fireman carry, ammo can carry, push-ups and grenade throw. У тестах для Coast Guard берегової охорони та Navy військово-морського флоту присутні тести, що перевіряють здатність плавати. Тому до тренувань додаються Complete Swim Circuit – вправи на плавання, а також Cardio-Respiratory Fitness – кардіореспіраторний фітнес, Swim, 1.5-mile run, Stationary bike – плавання, біг на 1,5 милі, велотренажер. В інтернеті ви можете знайти безліч відео та статей англійською, присвячених саме фізичній підготовці військових, які поповнять ваш словниковий запас іншою лексикою. А завершити урок я хочу короткою розповіддю про Physical Training Assessment – оцінювання рівня фізичної підготовленості in the Ukrainian Army. For testing and assessment of physical fitness, all servicemen are divided into categories and age groups. Усі військовослужбовці поділяються на категорії та вікові групи, depending on their occupation requirements, залежно від вимог їх службової діяльності. До тесту з оцінювання фізичної підготовки входять такі вправи: pull-ups on a crossbar – підтягування на перекладині, 100-meter run – біг на 100 метрів, 3-kilometer run – біг на 3 кілометри, 2-kilometer run – біг на 2 кілометри, sit-ups – згинання та розгинання тулуба, push-ups – згинання та розгинання рук в упорі лежачи. Assessment – оцінювання проводиться за сумою балів, points, taking into account a gender – з урахуванням статі. Щоб розповісти про те, які вправи ви виконуєте, як тренуєте щодня, застосовуйте лексику цього уроку. А з граматики вам знадобиться час Present Simple – детальний урок з простим зрозумілим поясненням, як цей час вживати та утворювати, ви знайдете на нашому каналі. Ще раз нагадаю вам, що до мовної підготовки варто ставитись так само серйозно, як і до фізичної. Щоб сприяти цьому і допомогти українським Збройним силам опанувати English якомога швидше, ми з командою волонтерів працюємо щоденно і готуємо ці відеоуроки та інші спеціалізовані матеріали саме з військової англійської. Усе, по суті, тільки те, що знадобиться військовим у роботі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, який просто зараз, будь ласка, візьміть та порекомендуйте вашим знайомим та колегам, щоб якомога більше українських захисників вивчали англійську з нами. Побачимося в наступному уроці.
Learning to smile again. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
People in Japan have been taking lessons on how to smile again. The laws now changed, so you don't have to wear a mask anymore, but many people have complained that they've forgotten how to smile. Smile coaches have been helping people get used to smiling again.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have grin, ditches, and life after.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Grin and bear it. As mask mandates end, Japan turns to tutors to relearn how to smile.
Okay, so this headline is about the end of mask-wearing rules in Japan. The word that we're looking at is grin. Now, Sian, grin, that's a type of smile, isn't it?
It is, but it's not just any smile. It's a really big one like this.
Okay, as you can see, Sian is grinning from ear to ear, which is a common expression.
But we can also use it for the kind of smile when you've done something wrong. So we can say that a child has a cheeky grin, for example.
Yes, and in this headline, they use the expression grin and bear it, which means remain positive when something bad is happening. But there's something a bit different here.
Yes, there's a kind of joke here. So normally the spelling in this expression is bear, B-E-A-R. So that means to deal with something. But here they've spelt it bear, B-A-R-E, which means not covered. So they're making a joke about going barefaced, so not having a mask on your face.
That's right. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from the Mainichi. Smile practice seminars popular in Japan as country ditches masks.
So this headline, like the first one, is about the ending of rules in Japan about wearing masks after COVID. The word we're looking at, though, is ditches, which is a verb here, but it's useful to think of the noun, a ditch, which is that thing on the side of the road.
Yeah, so it's where all the water and waste from the road end up. But here we use ditch as a verb, and to ditch something is to throw it away. So if you don't need something anymore, you ditch it. It's not just used for things though.
No, you can use it for ideas. You can ditch an idea if you think it's a bad one. Or you can ditch plans if they're not going to work. I ditched my travel plans during the COVID pandemic.
Or you can even ditch people. So if we talk about ending a relationship, you can say you ditch your boyfriend or girlfriend. Doesn't sound very nice, but we use it.
Okay, let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Japan Times. Remembering how to smile? Japan training sessions help prepare for life after masks.
Yes, and we're going to look at this useful little phrase we use to talk about how things might be different in the future, life after.
Yeah, so here it's life after masks, and it refers to how life will change for people in Japan when they stop wearing masks.
Yes, and we use this a lot when we're talking about the future. So, for example, students have to prepare for life after university. Or a celebrity, a famous person, has to think about life after fame, when they're not famous anymore.
Yeah, and it can also be used with people. So thinking about the future without an important leader or a famous person. For example, are Argentina ready for life after Messi? So he's going to retire one day.
Let's look at that one more time. We've had grin, smile.
Ditches, get rid of.
And life after, a future without.
And if you want to learn more vocabulary around this topic, check out this episode of 6 Minute English.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Could brain chips let us control our phones with our minds? That's what Elon Musk hopes. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the vocabulary that you need to talk about this story.
And remember to subscribe to our channel to learn more English from the headlines. Now, today's story.
A wireless chip has been successfully placed in a human brain by Elon Musk's Neuralink company. The device is able to read brain signals linked to movement and send them to a computer. Musk said that future innovations may allow us to control our phone or computer just by thinking.
You've been looking at the headlines, Phil. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story?
We have implant, interface, and cyborg.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from the BBC. Elon Musk announces first Neuralink wireless brain implant.
Now, this headline is about the announcement from Elon Musk that his company have successfully put an implant into someone's brain. Implant is the word we're looking at. Phil, what can you tell us about it?
Okay, so the word implant, it's a verb and a noun, and in this headline it's a noun referring to the device that was physically put inside someone's brain. That machine is the implant.
Now, implants aren't particularly new, although this one is, but there are lots of different kinds of implants, aren't there?
Yes, you can have implants that keep your heart beating. Implants can help people hear again, and you can use implants to replace joints, things like knees or hips.
Okay, that's the noun. What about the verb? Does it just mean to put an implant into someone's body, or can it mean anything else?
Well, literally that's what it means here. You can see the prefix im, which means to put in or to go in. But as well as being able to physically implant something into someone's brain, we can also implant things into their minds.
Okay, so you could put an idea or a feeling into someone's mind. You could implant it.
Yes, and if an idea or thought becomes implanted in your mind, then you accept it or you believe it very strongly.
Okay, so we should try and implant this word into your vocabulary. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Register. Elon Musk's brain-computer interface outfit Neuralink tests its tech on a human.
Now this is about Elon Musk's company Neuralink and their new technology. We're looking at the word interface, which can be a noun and a verb. It's a noun in the headline. Now, interface, I know that it means two systems coming together, but what does it mean in this headline?
Okay, well, the implant in this story is a brain-computer interface, and it's the device that lets someone's brain communicate with and work with a computer. But an interface can be a lot simpler than that. The interface on the software on your computer is just what you can see and what you can click on.
Okay, but it's not just computer systems. It can be much more than that. So here in the story, the interface is between technology and biology and how they link together.
Yeah, it's not just gadgets, ideas and concepts can have an interface between them.
Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Mail Online. Rage against the machine. Americans warn Elon Musk to stop creating cyborgs after he revealed the first human has had Neuralink's brain chip.
This headline is about people being worried by these brain implants. We're looking at the word cyborg. This sounds like something from science fiction.
That is where it comes from, but like the word robot, it's also used to describe things that actually exist. Now, originally a cyborg was something that is part human and part machine.
Okay, I know about robots. They actually exist. I have a robot Hoover. But cyborgs, do they actually exist? They sound quite futuristic.
Okay, well, in news articles and headlines, the word cyborg is more likely to be used as a comparison to describe things that are similar to cyborgs from science fiction. So you might read about so-called cyborg insects or bacteria.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had implant, something placed inside the body.
Interface, a connection between two systems.
And cyborg, part human, part machine.
Now, if you want to know more about brain implants, click here to watch this episode of Lingo Hack.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video. Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Fake news.
Hello, this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
In the programme today, we'll hear from expert Samantha Bradshaw on the dangers of fake news.
And I'll be giving you some information about information.
We'll also hear a story about what happened when fake news was spread in a small town in Mexico. Now, Sam, how are you today?
I'm fine. Thanks, Hugo. How are you?
I am very well, and I'm looking forward to your vocabulary slot later.
Okay. I am today going to be talking about the word information.
I can hardly wait.
Yeah, I think that might be fake sincerity there.
No, honestly, I'm really looking forward to it.
Okay, well, we'll see if you feel the same way afterwards. Here is everything you could ever want to know about the word information. Maybe not everything, but as much as I could fit in. What is information? Information is knowledge. It's facts and details about a particular subject. Grammatically, information is an uncountable noun. So we talk about bits of information or pieces of information, but not informations. Information has a number of very closely related grammatical variations. The verb to inform is quite formal and means to tell someone something. And the adjective, informative, is used to describe information that is useful and interesting. Information also appears in at least two initialisms, IT, information technology, and FYI, for your information. Information comes from sources, and there are many different sources of information, including TV, radio, newspapers, books, magazines, the internet, social media, teachers, friends, colleagues, even overheard conversations on the bus. In fact, wherever we turn, there is information of one kind or another. And not all information is useful or appropriate. So it's definitely possible to have too much information. In fact, that's a phrase we use when someone tells us something that is very personal and makes us feel a little uncomfortable. You haven't changed your underpants in a week? Ugh, too much information. Too much information is another initialism, TMI. When thinking about fake news, we should be aware that information isn't always true and not all sources of information are reliable or accurate. We need to be on the lookout for disinformation, which is false information deliberately spread, and misinformation, which is false information that is accidentally spread. Though, to be honest, these expressions are both commonly used for the same thing, fake news. I hope that wasn't TMI. Now, FYI, it's back to the studio.
Well, thanks. That was very informative.
Oh, Hugo, you're very good.
I try my best. But now, our theme of the day is the possible dangers of sharing fake news. To give us an overview, we're going to hear from Samantha Bradshaw from Oxford University. She's a researcher in fake news and disinformation at the Oxford Internet Institute.
Fake news can have real human consequences when it spreads from the online world to the offline world, particularly because of the speed at which this disinformation can spread. Often, unlike in the past, where there were many checks to the information that was being put out to the public, there aren't as many checks with social media, and viral stories containing fake news or other forms of disinformation have real-life consequences for people. For example, if we look at India or Mexico, disinformation and fake news have led to people actually being killed. If we look at the medical world with vaccines, a lot of the anti-vax movement narratives and the fake news about vaccinating children have caused real-life children not to get vaccinated and then die of sickness later. So there are real consequences to fake news and to these rumors that spread online.
So Samantha was talking a lot about consequences there.
Yes, some tragic consequences in that case. So consequences are the result of things that happen, or in the case of vaccinations, don't happen, and the result is usually bad.
Yeah, and she mentioned a story in Mexico when people were killed as a result of fake news. And I remember that because we covered that story here at the BBC. I tracked down one of the producers who worked on the story, Reha Kansara, to find out more of the details. Reha, you covered a tragic story, and that was because of fake news. Tell us about that.
So this is a story about two men who were murdered for something that they didn't do. These two men, they were going back home. They stopped over by a school to take a break. They had loud music on and were resting in their car. But someone at the school got suspicious, and so they called the police. As soon as the police arrested them, not for anything, but just finding, beer bottles, empty beer bottles in their car. People came, saw everything that was happening outside the school and started spreading fake news on WhatsApp. The rumor that essentially spread was that they were two men who were child kidnappers who were waiting outside a school to abduct children. And that obviously caused a frenzy on social media, on WhatsApp. And that turned into something bigger when they were arrested, because this went from WhatsApp to Facebook, gathered on Facebook to call out on people to come outside of the police station and basically take the law into their own hands. They were dragged from the police station to a town hall, doused in petrol, and then lit on fire. Lynchings aren't a new thing, but what is new is the way that this whole thing was filmed on Facebook.
It really shows the danger, because it went from WhatsApp to Facebook, and then it was a very small town in Mexico, so in a matter of hours, everybody was talking about it. And what struck you the most when covering the story?
The fact that people so easily believe things without, fact-checking or double-sourcing things, it has grave consequences, and this was one of them.
Has there been any change in terms of legislation in Mexico, like public perception, even like public behavior when they see something that is not true?
There are people talking about misinformation, more particularly over here, disinformation, the fact that people can turn lies into actual news. And this is something that Mexico is dealing with, not just with lynchings, but also with elections and just in general fake news in the country. And so you have platforms like Lo Que Sigue that has had to come about just to combat fake news in the country.
Right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
A terrible story, Sam.
Yeah, really, really tragic.
Yeah, and we know this has happened not just in Mexico, but in other countries as well, like in India and Myanmar.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that we have to be really, really careful when we're sharing information online. And most of us only share cute cat videos, probably, but there are consequences to things like gossip that are shared. It seems a little bit insensitive to talk about vocabulary after such a tragic story, but Reha did use a really interesting journalistic term there. So could you explain to us what double sourcing means, please?
So it is making sure that you have two independent sources confirming the same information. But you also have to make sure that these sources are not confirming, the news using the same source themselves.
Right.
Now, if you are an avid news consumer and want some advice on what to consider before you share anything on social media, here's Reha again with her top tip.
The best tip that I can give people who are consuming news non-stop is that you need to, if you see something, you need to find a way to verify it. That means if you see something in the news, check another media organization's coverage of that news to see whether they are following the same line. If you see something on WhatsApp that isn't news, but people are spreading, question why they're spreading it, what's their agenda. If there is something involved in it that shows that it could have a reliable source of news, then go to that source and find out what's happening.
It's a great tip then, not just for journalists, but for everybody. It's very important to verify before sharing.
Absolutely. And to verify simply means to check that something is true.
Okay, well, almost done for today. Before we go, Sam, remind us of today's key vocabulary.
Of course, very happy to. So today I was talking about different forms of the word information. Information itself is an uncountable noun, and when it comes to fake news, you can talk about disinformation, which is deliberately fake information, and then there's also misinformation, which is accidentally fake information. So for example, if you're sharing something that you didn't know was fake, that's misinformation. But you might hear misinformation and disinformation being used interchangeably. The adjective for something that is interesting and useful is informative. In the program, we also talked about the word consequences, which are the negative results of something. And we also heard the word double sourcing, which is checking a news story is true by seeing if two independent sources are reporting the same thing. And if you do, that you may be able to verify the story and you may be able to confirm that it is indeed true.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Share safely. Goodbye.
Bye.
A dream come true, says the first Arab woman in space. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
The first Arab female astronaut, Rayana Barnawi, has blasted into space. She is part of a crew of space tourists who are visiting the International Space Station for 8 days. As well as having a holiday, the tourists will conduct independent research, according to space company NNCIM.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have out of this world, swoop, and paves the way.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from 9 News Australia. Out of this world welcome for landmark astronaut arrivals on International Space Station.
So this headline is saying that the International Space Station welcomed astronauts in this landmark mission. Landmark means that it was very significant and important. But what we are looking at is out of this world, an expression which contains lots of familiar words, but put together, what's the meaning?
Well, it's used as an adjective, and out of this world means incredible. In fact, it's so good that it's not even from this planet.
Yes, so the welcome that the astronauts received at the International Space Station was incredible, but it's being used literally in this case. They were out of the world because they are in space. Normally we are not in space when we use this expression, so we use it metaphorically.
That's right. The headline writer is having a little bit of fun here because it's a story about space and an expression about space. But we can use it in normal situations too. For example, Neil, yesterday I had a slice of cake. It was incredible. It was out of this world.
Well, I went to a concert and the music was out of this world. It was so good. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from Futurism. SpaceX tourists swoop into International Space Station.
So this headline is about the SpaceX tourists arriving at the International Space Station. We're looking at the word swoop. Now, Beth, swoop is something that birds do.
It is, yeah. So swoop means to fly easily, quickly, and often downwards. So for example, if a bird swoops, it might be trying to catch a mouse.
Yeah, so this sounds like quite a kind of dramatic word. Why is it being used here?
Well, the astronauts reached the International Space Station in a rocket, and swoop here means that they flew quickly and they docked with the space station. Now, take note though, because swoop doesn't always have to be used with flying, does it?
No, it can mean a sudden attack. So, for example, the police can swoop on a gang of criminals. It means that they can enter their house quickly. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Wired. NNCIM's second flight paves the way for a commercial space station.
So this headline says that this mission might pave the way for a future commercial space station. We're looking at pave the way, and pave means to create a hard surface to travel along.
It does. You might know the word pavement, which is the bit next to the road that you walk on. But pave in pave the way means create a metaphorical path. It's not real.
Yeah, so it means to do something for the first time, to create future possibilities.
That's right. So this expression is often used with science and experiments. Maybe there's a successful medical trial and that paves the way for new drugs.
That's right. Let's look at that again. We've had out of this world. Incredible. Very good.
Swoop. Fly quickly and efficiently.
And paves the way. Makes something possible.
If you want to watch another video about women in space, click here to learn about Mars.
Don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Як сказати англійською вибухова хвиля, розтяжка, детонатор, елемент запобігання знешкодженню міни? Яка лексика знадобиться, щоб описати різні типи протипіхотних та протитанкових мін? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, перший в Україні канал зі спеціалізованої військової англійської. І в цьому уроці ми говоримо про landmines, які вони бувають та як розповідати англійською про їхні особливості та спосіб дії. A landmine пишеться разом або окремо. Is an explosive weapon, an encased explosive charge, вибуховий заряд, розміщений у контейнері, buried below або concealed under, захований під, or camouflage on the ground, замаскований на землі. They are designed to destroy or disable enemy targets. Вони створені, щоб знищувати або знешкоджувати ворожі цілі. Ranging from combatants to vehicles and tanks as they pass over, коли вони пересуваються повз or near a mine або біля міни. A landmine may cause damage, може спричинити пошкодження by direct blast effect, прямою дією вибухової ударної хвилі, by fragments, уламками, that are thrown by the blast, які розкидаються хвилею, або і тим, і тим. Landmines are typically laid throughout an area, закладаються на всій території, creating a minefield, мінне поле. Такий пристрій is detonated automatically by way of pressure, автоматично за допомогою тиску. When a target steps on it, наступає на нього, or drives over it, проїжджає над ним. Крім того, a landmine can be triggered by other detonation mechanisms, movement, sound, magnetism and vibration. Для детонації також використовують tripwires – дротяні нитки-розтяжки та remote control – дистанційне керування. A person who detonates a mine by remote control називається triggerman. Міна, яка активується, коли на неї наступають, when it is stepped on, наїжджають, driven over, ударяють, struck, називається victim activated. Anti-handling device – це елемент запобігання знешкодженню міни. Його функція – to prevent the clearing of mines – запобігати розмінуванню. There are two main categories of landmines – anti-personnel and anti-vehicle – протипіхотні та протитанкові. Розглянемо основну лексику, яка допоможе розповідати про ці міни англійською. Anti-personnel mines також позначають абревіатурою APM. Anti-personnel blast mines – протипіхотні міни фугасної дії, які вибухають на рівні ніг жертви. The casing of blast mines – корпус цих мін – may be made of metal, wood or plastic. Міни цього типу, наприклад, міну пелюстка, яку в англійській називають green parrot or butterfly mine, можуть встановлювати remotely, віддалено, using a rocket salvo system, за допомогою реактивної системи залпового вогню. Directional fragmentation mines – це осколкові міни спрямованої дії, які propel pieces of metal shrapnel у того, хто її активував. Такі міни are usually triggered by tripwires, і вони часто використовуються in ambush situations – у засідках. Bounding fragmentation mines – це осколкові міни, що підстрибують та вибухають у повітрі. Вони містять a small charge – малий заряд, що піднімає міну into the air, та the main charge, який explodes, scattering fragments at about waist level, розкидуючи осколки на рівні пояса людини. Anti-vehicle mines, AVM, or anti-tank mines, ATM, are designed to damage or destroy vehicles, including tanks and armored fighting vehicles. Нагадаю, що ми вже говорили про armored vehicles, броньовані машини, у кількох відеоуроках, посилання на які ви знайдете в описі до цього відео. Anti-tank mines, як правило, мають a much larger explosive charge, набагато більший вибуховий заряд, ніж AP mines. And a fuse – підривник, детонатор, що є triggered, приводиться в дію by vehicles or remotely. Сучасні anti-vehicle mines використовують a magnetic trigger. Advanced mines здатні розпізнавати the difference between friendly and enemy types of vehicles. У зв'язку з агресією Росії проти України є велика ймовірність виявлення вибухонебезпечних предметів не тільки в регіонах, де ведуться активні бойові дії, а й на всій території держави. У наступних уроках ми розглянемо лексику з теми розмінування – mine clearing. Щоб не пропустити цю тему, ви знаєте, що робити. Підпишіться на цей канал, якщо ви все ще цього не зробили, та поставте дзвіночок, щоб отримувати нагадування про нові відео. Якщо ви вже підписані і регулярно дивитесь цей курс, хочете долучитися або підтримати нас, щоб допомогти команді армійської, англійської створювати ще більше освітніх матеріалів для українських військових, уся інформація про те, як це зробити, є в описі до цього відео. А я, Олена Чекрежова, вчителька, вдячна вам за увагу та підтримку. Ваші підписки, вподобайки та коментарі допомагають нам просувати наш соціальний освітній продукт на каналі Армійська Англійська та здійснювати мовну підготовку українських Збройних Сил.
"30 days to remove TikTok. The White House bans the app from government devices." This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on the website. Now the story.
The US and now Canada have banned TikTok from government phones. They are concerned the Chinese app could be a security risk. Chinese authorities have criticised the move, saying it's an overreaction.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have purging, citing, and overstretching.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Reuters. Exclusive. White House sets deadline for purging TikTok from federal devices.
So the White House has ordered all US government agencies to remove TikTok from its work devices. And the word we're looking at is purging.
Now, purging is a verb, and in this case, it means to remove something or someone from something else, particularly because it might be harmful. Now, here in the headline, it's saying that TikTok is seen as a risk, so it's seen as something that could be harmful.
Yeah, and the word purge and purging is used in a number of contexts, but what they all have in common is this idea of removing harm or what is seen by some as harmful. So the police might purge crime. They want to get crime out of a city. Or a company might want to purge waste. That means stop wasting things so they can make more money.
That's right. Now, purge can also be used to talk about removing people, particularly from an organization, if the leaders don't agree with them. Now, imagine there's a new government and the previous leader's supporters are purged or removed from the organization.
Yeah, and the word purge there is negative. You know when somebody uses the word purge that they don't agree with what's happening. Let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from NPR. Citing security concerns, Canada bans TikTok on government devices.
So this story is from Canada, but it's similar to the one from the US. The Canadian government has decided to ban TikTok from its government devices. The word we're looking at is citing.
Yeah, now citing is a verb and it means giving a reason for doing something. Now, the Canadian government have said that security concerns are the reason for banning TikTok from these work devices. Now, this is a little bit formal, isn't it? But that's why it's used more in written English than spoken English.
Yes, and you will see this word a lot in academic writing. So, for example, when you're writing a university essay, you have to cite other academics and research to construct your argument and make it stronger.
Yeah, and there's a noun for this, which is a citation.
Yeah, let's look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This is from Al Arabiya. China says US overstretching concept of national security on TikTok ban.
So the Chinese Foreign Ministry has criticized this decision by the US. The word we're looking at is overstretch, and the second part of that word is stretch, which means to pull something.
It does, yeah. If you stretch, say, your clothes, for example, you pull them, and if you overstretch them, then you pull them so far that they become too big or they rip and get a hole in them.
Yes, so that's the literal meaning. Here we are talking figuratively, but it contains that same idea of trying to get too much from something and it becomes damaged because of that. So for example, if you try to work more than you can be overstretched and you are in a way damaged.
Yeah, that's right. So in relation to this story and this headline, China is saying that the US is overstretching or exaggerating the idea of national security being a problem, and that is damaging this Chinese company.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had purging, removing something considered harmful.
Citing, giving the reason for something.
And overstretching, getting something to do more than it can.
And to learn even more vocabulary like this, while still discussing the world of social media, click on this video now.
And don't forget to click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye. Frequent flying, big houses, and luxury lifestyles. The world's richest are damaging the planet more than any other group of people. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we help you understand news headlines in English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn all the vocabulary you need to talk about this story.
And to understand more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now the story.
The richest 1% of people create the same amount of carbon as the poorest 2/3 in the world. That's according to data published in a new report by charity Oxfam. It found that the lifestyles of the wealthy, such as taking frequent flights and eating out in restaurants, are closely connected to climate change. Oxfam's chief called for world leaders to end the era of extreme wealth.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary people need to understand this story in English?
We have well off, plundering, and clean up their acts.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Guardian. Restaurants, pets and holidays. How UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints.
So this headline is saying that the UK's well-off have outsized carbon footprints. Outsized means too big, and your carbon footprint is the impact you have personally on the environment. But we are looking at the word well-off.
We are, and well-off means rich, and it's an adjective. It might look like a phrasal verb because it has two parts, and that second part is off, but it's an adjective.
Now, this headline says that the well-off, that's the rich and wealthy, are having a worse impact on the environment. We have these words, rich and wealthy, already. So why do we need well-off? What's the difference?
Well, it's a bit softer, and it sounds more polite than rich, which isn't always a positive thing. And a similar but even softer way of saying well off is comfortable. That's a word you already know, but it's a slightly different meaning here.
Yes, and then the other extreme is this word loaded. It means extremely well off, extremely rich, and it's not that polite. It's very direct. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Washington Post. World's richest 1% plundering the planet, Oxfam report says.
We're looking at the word plundering. Now, Beth, when I hear this word plundering, I think of thieves or pirates stealing things, treasure.
Well, yeah, that's right. The literal meaning of plunder is taking things that don't belong to you by force. Now, in this headline, the richest are plundering the planet. So, Neil, does that mean that the richest are stealing things by force?
Well, not exactly, but by choosing the word plunder, the writer is suggesting that what the rich are doing is wrong. The sense is that they are using resources that actually should be shared more equally amongst people. And that word plunder they actually took from the Oxfam report to support their opinion. What other words for steal can we use?
Well, there's nick and pinch. They're both a bit informal though. Has anyone ever nicked your phone?
No, nobody has ever nicked my phone, but it looks like someone is trying to pinch my wallet, Beth. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from the Herald. USAF urged to use budget for richest Scots to clean up their acts.
So campaigners in Scotland want the richest to clean up their act, and clean up their act is the expression that we're looking at. This word act I recognise from the theatre, like Shakespeare. To be or not to be.
No, stop. That's not the act we're talking about here. Here, act means behaviour, and clean up your act means make your behaviour better, improve it.
Yes, and although the expression has the word clean in it, it's not really about cleaning. It means to improve.
So the campaigners want the rich
to do better when it comes to climate change.
I was going to say that. That's my line. You need to clean up your act.
I really do. Let's look at that again. We've had well off, rich,
plundering, taking what doesn't belong to you,
and clean up their acts, improve their behaviour.
Now, if you enjoyed this episode and want to learn more about this topic, watch this episode of News Review where we asked, can flying ever be green?
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Leadership is the ability to set a vision and really live the actions that you need to be able to implement your plan. One of the most surprising things I've learned about leadership is definitely that you grow the more you ask for help. My top tip would be to really live and breathe your values and your vision, and through that you'll be able to attract the right people to help you to get to where you want to get to. So you just have to walk the walk as well as talk the talk. Leaders really shouldn't direct and then actually take actions that go against those directions and instructions. I think the biggest challenge is recruiting and developing the people that really believe in your vision and have the skills and experience to help you to get there. I wish I could spend more time supporting and developing people who are going to help us to get to achieve our vision.
Could apples, berries, and cacao improve our memory as we get older? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
What you eat could improve your memory as you age. That's according to new research in the US that found people with a diet rich in flavonols may be less likely to lose their memory. The substance is found in tea, berries, apples, and cacao, the seed that chocolate is made from. But while some scientists think eating more dark chocolate could help, others say more research is needed.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have keep something at bay, stave off, and drive.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's look at our first headline.
This is from the Mail Online. 6 squares of dark chocolate a day may keep the memory loss at bay.
So this headline is suggesting that eating dark chocolate can help prevent you from losing your memory as you get older. The expression we are looking at is keep something at bay. It's quite a strange sounding expression. What does it mean?
Well, quite simply, it means to stop something bad or dangerous, harmful from happening to you. So in this case, the harmful thing is memory loss. We want to prevent memory loss, so we want to keep it at bay.
Yes, and this expression does have a wider use. It's not only about memory loss.
No, it's not. We can use it for lots of harmful things, but it is often related to health. So, for example, washing your hands can keep infections at bay, or exercising can keep heart disease at bay.
Yes, and take note, we can also use the word hold instead of keep. Hold something at bay, it means exactly the same thing. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. Tea, apples and berries could stave off age-related memory loss, study suggests.
Again, this headline is about preventing something bad from happening to us, in this case, memory loss. The expression we're going to look at is stave off. Now, that word stave, that's an old-fashioned sounding word for a long stick, isn't it?
It is, yeah, and it might help you to think about that long stick to understand this expression. So, Neil, imagine something is physically threatening you, maybe a pack of wild dogs, and you have a long stick. What are you going to do with it?
Well, if a pack of wild dogs was attacking me, I would use the long stick to protect myself. Maybe I could wave it and the dogs would go away. That's a strong mental image. It might help you to remember the meaning of this phrasal verb, but actually we don't usually use stave off in a literal sense anymore.
We don't, but it does have the same meaning. It just means to prevent something bad from happening, just like our first expression, keep something at bay. And again, this is something we often use with health. Some people say that drinking orange juice can stave off a cold, but we can also use it to mean prevent other general negative things.
Yes, and one more interesting thing to note, stave off is a phrasal verb, and it's the kind of phrasal verb that you can split in the middle. So you can say orange juice staves off colds, or you can say orange juice staves colds off. Let's look at that again. Let's look at our next headline.
This is from The Independent. Diet low in flavanols may drive age-related memory loss, scientists claim.
So this headline is looking at the same story, but from the opposite angle. It's saying that a diet low in flavanols, now that's that substance that you find in apples, berries, tea and cacao, a diet low in that could cause memory loss. And the word we're looking at is drive, a familiar word used differently here.
Yes, but we're not talking about cars here. So drive actually has a wider meaning than the one we all know connected to cars and driving. It can also mean to force something in a certain direction.
Yes, so when the headline says that a diet low in flavanols drives memory loss, it means that that diet pushes in the direction of memory loss.
And in the same way, when you drive a car, actually what you're doing is just forcing it to go in a certain direction.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had keep something at bay, prevent something bad affecting you.
Stave off. Also, prevent something bad affecting you.
And drive, force in a certain direction.
Did you know that exercise can also help our brains? To learn more, watch this episode of News Review.
Don't forget to click here so that you can subscribe and never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
Bye.
Hi there, I'm Anna, and I live in Washington, D.C. Every day, I learn more about this great city. People in Washington like to work out. Oh, hi Pete, how's it going?
Hi Anna, it's going great. How's it going with you?
Things are awesome. Pete, I want to work out. Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge. It's next to the mailroom. Go that way.
Thanks, Pete.
No, Anna, not that way. Go that way.
Listen.
Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Speak.
Oh, Pete. This is not the gym.
That's right, Anna. This is the mailroom.
The gym is across from what?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Across from the lounge. Right. Thanks. Pete, this is not the gym.
The gym is across from the lounge. It is behind the lobby.
Right, right. See you.
See you, Anna.
See you.
See you, Anna.
Listen.
The mailroom is next to what?
Answer.
The mailroom is next to the gym.
This is not the gym. This is a parking garage. Hello? Pete? This is not a gym. This is a rooftop. Pete? Pete?
I want to work out too. Join me.
I'm good. Hi there, I'm Anna, and I live in Washington, D.C. Every day, I learn more about this great city. People in Washington like to work out. Oh, hi, Pete. How's it going?
Hi, Anna. It's going great. How's it going with you?
Things are awesome. Pete, I want to work out. Where is the gym?
The gym is across from the lounge. It's next to the mailroom. Go that way.
Thanks, Pete.
No, Anna, not that way. Go that way.
Oh, Pete. This is not the gym.
That's right, Anna. This is the mailroom.
The gym is across from what?
The gym is across from the lounge.
Across from the lounge. Right. Thanks. Pete, this is not the gym.
The gym is across from the lounge. It is behind the lobby.
Right, right. See you.
See you, Anna.
See you.
See you, Anna.
This is not the gym. This is a parking garage. Hello? Pete? This is not a gym. This is a rooftop. Pete? Pete?
I want to work out too. Join me.
I'm good.
Як називати англійською основні особливості винищувача F-16? Яка лексика потрібна для опису технічних характеристик цього літака? Що таке Overhaul Works та як воно впливає на швидкість отримання Україною бойових соколів? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська, перший в Україні ютуб-канал із мовної підготовки для українського війська. І сьогодні я хочу поговорити з вами про F-16 – довгоочікуваний винищувач, який підсилить наші оборонні та контрнаступальні здатності та допоможе нам знищувати окупантів у більшій кількості. Україна неодноразово закликала своїх західних партнерів надати їй винищувачі F-16, бо вони допоможуть зміцнити протиповітряну оборону, сприятимуть контрнаступу та дадуть можливість проводити далекобійні атаки – Long Range Strikes. Нідерланди та Данія вже оголосили, що передадуть Україні винищувачі після успішного завершення підготовки українських пілотів. І я підозрюю, що для цієї підготовки їм неодмінно знадобляться знання англійської. Прем'єр-міністр Норвегії також заявив, що його країна надасть Україні F-16. Розберімося, що ж особливого в цьому літаку і як говорити про ці особливості in English. The General Dynamics F-16 Fighting Falcon is an American single-engine з одним двигуном, multi-role – багатофункціональний, fighter aircraft – винищувач, originally developed by – розроблений компанією General Dynamics for the United States Air Force. Він є highly maneuverable та з 1979 року, коли він entered service, був прийнятий на озброєння, підтвердив свою ефективність in air-to-air combat and air-to-surface attacks. До речі, у нас є урок, присвячений типам військової авіації. Там багато корисної лексики, рекомендую вам його передивитися. А ще ми з командою готуємо відео з теми Aircraft Recognition – розпізнавання авіаційної техніки. Перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, поставте дзвіночок і не пропускайте майбутні уроки. Офіційна назва F-16 – це Fighting Falcon – бойовий сокіл. Але він отримав неофіційне прізвисько Viper – гадюка через уявну схожість зі змією-гадюкою, а також із вигаданим винищувачем Colonial Viper із фантастичного телесеріалу Battlestar Galactica, який транслювався під час прийняття F-16 на озброєння. The F-16 was assembled – було зібрано in an unusual agreement – у рамках виняткової угоди між the United States and four NATO nations – Belgium, Denmark, the Netherlands and Norway. Запчастини до літака постачаються з усіх 5 країн, а от maintenance – технічне обслуговування, repair – ремонтування, and overhaul work – капітальний ремонт розподілені між ними. Key features – ключові особливості of F-16 include a frameless bubble canopy – безкаркасний краплеподібний ліхтар, що розташований over the cockpit – над кабіною пілота for good visibility – для гарної видимості. Side-mounted control stick – бічний джойстик to ease control while maneuvering – для полегшення керування під час маневрування. An ejection seat – катапультне крісло. It can recline – воно може відхилятися на 30 degrees from vertical, щоб зменшити вплив перевантажень на пілота. Система керування fly-by-wire, яка допомагає стабілізувати керування польотом. F-16 має внутрішню гармату M61 Vulcan Cannon and 11 hard points – 11 вузлів підвіски озброєння. F-16 були у вішліст України протягом тривалого часу, бо через свою destructive power цей літак здатний to carry bombs, rockets and missiles – транспортувати бомби, ракети та реактивні снаряди. Він є fully compatible – повністю сумісний із широким спектром сучасних західних боєприпасів. Ви можете подивитися на характеристики новітнього F-16 Block 7072. Та ми не будемо мати справу із цифрами, бо я на них мало розуміюся і боюсь заплутатись. Натомість розберемо ключові слова для опису характеристик літака. Length – довжина, споріднений прикметник long. Height – висота, прикметник high. Speed – це швидкість. Wingspan – розмах крил. Empty weight – маса пустого повітряного судна. Load factor – коефіцієнт навантаження. Engine thrust – тяга двигуна. Service life – технічний ресурс, термін служби, тривалість експлуатації. Але Україні передадуть не Block 7072. Чому? Справа в тому, що перш ніж передати Україні літаки F-16, наші international partners повинні будуть провести їх капітальний ремонт – overhaul works. Тому що ці літаки є stored, знаходяться на зберіганні. Не всі з них перебувають у льотному стані. І не всі в боєздатному. Капітальний ремонт може зайняти місяці. І є декілька варіантів, які саме aircraft зможуть стати the best short-term solution, а які a longer-term solution. Про це ви можете дізнатися у відповідних експертних джерелах. А у нас тут курс англійської, тому перевіримо знання деякої ключової лексики, яку я дала вам в цьому уроці. Кабіна пілота – це an aircraft cockpit. Безкаркасний краплеподібний ліхтар – це a frameless bubble canopy. Повітряний бій – air-to-air combat. Розмах крила – wingspan. Катапультне крісло – an ejection seat. Капітальний ремонт, перебирання механізму – це overhaul works. А робити капітальний ремонт – це to overhaul. Технічне обслуговування – maintenance. А обслуговувати – to maintain. Бічний джойстик – side-mounted control stick. Довжина – length. Висота – height. Вузол підвіски озброєння – це a hard point. Маю надію, що ці знання знадобляться майбутнім пілотам F-16. І не тільки їм, а всім, хто вивчає військову англійську. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька на каналі Армійська англійська. Чекаю на F-16, які значно підсилять наші Збройні сили. А також чекаю на ваші підписки, коментарі, вподобайки та поширення. Вони значно підсилять наш проєкт із мовної підготовки для українських Збройних сил. Бо, щоб оперувати зброєю та технікою західного зразка і співпрацювати із силами НАТО, силам оборони України необхідно опанувати мову західного зразка і відповідати мовному стандарту НАТО. На це ми і націлюємось.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calls on Israel to do more to protect civilians in Gaza, saying there is a gap between Israel's stated goals and actual results on the ground. In Moscow, Russian President Vladimir Putin says he will seek another 6-year term. China cuts visitor visa costs by 25% for travelers from several countries, including Thailand, Japan, Mexico, and Vietnam. And the U.S. Justice Department brings 9 new charges against President Joe Biden's son, Hunter. He is accused of failing to pay $1.4 million in taxes.
Are you lazy, greedy and selfish? Then you need to learn Goblin Mode, Oxford's 2022 Word of the Year. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
What word describes lazy, greedy, shameless behaviour? It's Goblin Mode, and it's Word of the Year according to one UK publisher. Since the pandemic, some people have realised they don't want to go back to the lifestyle they had before. They want to stay in Goblin Mode. Oxford University Press chooses a word each year that reflects the mood of the past 12 months.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have speaks to, over, and unveils.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one comes from The Guardian. Goblin Mode. New Oxford Word of the Year speaks to the times.
Okay, well, first of all, Goblin Mode. A goblin is a small, ugly, possibly dangerous creature, a fictional one. Mode is a way of doing something. So together, Goblin Mode describes a way of doing something in a kind of unpleasant, slightly embarrassing way. So, for example, Beth, I'm sure you never did this, but working from home, wearing pyjamas in bed.
No, yeah, never did that, no.
Okay, that's Goblin Mode. We're looking at the expression speaks to, and in the headline it speaks to the times. What does it mean?
Yeah, so speaks to the times is a reflection of the mood of the people at that time.
So the times referred to in the headline is talking about this current time, so the post-pandemic world. Now, during the pandemic, when obviously key workers who had to do really essential jobs were very, very busy, but a lot of other people were forced to be lazy because there was nothing to do.
Exactly, yeah, they enjoyed wearing their pyjamas, didn't wear makeup, they didn't care about their appearance as much, so they went Goblin Mode.
Yeah, and so Goblin Mode speaks to the times. It means it reflects the times as they were. Now, is this common?
It is in American English and it's becoming more popular in British English. So, for example, we could say that the climate crisis speaks to a failure of governments for decades.
Yeah, it means it reflects a failure. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This is from the Huffington Post. Oxford's word of the year sums up exactly how over everything we all are.
So the headline says that the word of the year sums up how we feel. Sums up means summarizes. We are looking though at over, and that seems simple. I know over, you go over a bridge, the bridge goes over a river. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, in your examples, you've used over as a preposition, but here it's actually an adjective.
Right, okay. So what does it mean?
Well, if you're over something, then you are tired, bored, and unenthusiastic about something. So maybe initially at the beginning you were quite enthusiastic, but now you're ready for it to finish.
Okay, so you've had enough of something, you're fed up with it.
Yeah, exactly. So the World Cup, I was quite enthusiastic about it at the beginning, but now I feel like it's been going on for ages. I am over it.
Oh, really? I'm still really into the World Cup, and that's the opposite of over, isn't it?
It is. And we very often use so with this. We say, I'm so over it. Now, in the headline, it refers to how unenthusiastic people are about everything. And when they say everything, they mean this year, all the negative events going on.
There's a lot of bad news around. This use of over is quite informal, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very often used in spoken conversation. So I might be having a chat with you and say, I am over working from home. I want to be in the office 5 days a week.
Oh, here we are. Let's take a look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Fox News. Oxford Dictionary unveils 2022 word of the year, goblin mode.
We're looking at the word unveils. It makes me think of a traditional wedding where a bride wears a veil over her face and then it's removed, everyone can see the face.
Yeah, and it helps to think of it in this way because that is the literal meaning of unveil. But here it's metaphorical and it just means to reveal or uncover.
Yeah, you can imagine, you said it's metaphorical, but Oxford have this word, goblin mode, with a little curtain over it. They open it and we can all see it.
Yes, exactly. This word is also used when something like a new exhibition or a new piece of art is uncovered or revealed.
Yeah, and politicians use it as well to talk about their plans. But is it used in everyday conversation? Can I say to you, I'd like to unveil my Christmas plans?
No, not really, because it's quite a grand thing. It might be that a company or a celebrity might unveil something, so you'd probably just tell me what your Christmas plans are.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had speaks to, reflects.
Over, bored of something that's been happening for a long time.
And unveils, shows for the first time.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Bye.
Protests in Iran. Younger generation demand change. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
And don't forget to subscribe to this channel, like the video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
Neither headscarf nor humiliation. Freedom and equality. This is one thing university students in Iran have been shouting. Protests began in Iran and around the world last month when a young woman died after being arrested by the morality police for not covering her hair. Many members of the younger generation say they want a different lifestyle and don't identify with the Iranian regime. Human rights groups say 200 people have died in the protests so far.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have fan flames, wave, and Gen Z.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from the Financial Times. Iranian celebrities fan flames of anti-regime protests.
And so the headline is saying that celebrities inside and out of Iran are taking part in anti-regime protests. That's protests against the current political system. But the expression that we are looking at is fan flames, or fully, fan the flames of something. And we need to break that down. The first part is the word fan. Now, Beth, we are in a TV studio. There are lights, they're quite hot.
Yeah, you're right. Sometimes it gets so hot in here that we have to fan ourselves to cool down.
Yeah, okay, so that's the first part, fan. We need to look at the second part now, flames. If you light a fire, let's say a barbecue, and you want to make the flames more intense, you can fan the flames and they get stronger. That's the expression, fan the flames, but we're not talking literally here.
No, so generally speaking, fan the flames is an expression used metaphorically, and it usually means to make a tense situation even more tense. Now, in this headline, celebrities are encouraging and supporting the protests, so that's why we're using it. They are making the fire bigger or making the protests bigger.
That's right. So celebrities want to encourage the protesters to carry on until they achieve what they're trying to get. They are fanning the flames. Do we have any other expressions like this?
Yes, we have add fuel to the fire. Now, if you add fuel, something like wood or coal, to a fire, then it gets bigger. Now, again, this expression is used metaphorically, and it means to encourage a situation in which there are strong or high emotions.
Okay, let's take a look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from France 24. Fame no shield from frightening Iran arrest wave.
And so the headline is saying that fame, or being famous, is not a shield against arrest. A shield is something that protects you. So celebrities are also being arrested. But the word we're interested in is wave, but we're not talking about water or oceans, are we?
No, but if you think about a wave in the ocean, it starts small and then it gets bigger before getting smaller again. So in this headline, wave is used to mean that a lot of arrests are happening at the moment, arrest wave.
Yes, so since the protests began, there's been a large number of arrests, a wave of arrests. This word wave we can see used in other contexts with a sort of similar meaning.
Yes, so in the summer this year we heard a lot about heat waves. That's high temperatures for a specific amount of time. We also sometimes hear about a wave of sickness, which is lots of people getting sick at the same time.
Yeah. Are there any other words like wave that have this similar meaning?
Yeah, so we can use surge. Again, like a wave, it's connected to water, but it's used metaphorically to mean a large amount of something happening at one time, like a power surge or a crowd surge, for example.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. Our next headline, please.
This is from The Telegraph. How Gen Z, or Gen Z as they say in the US, became the Iranian regime's most fearsome opponent.
Yes, so the headline is saying that Gen Z is a fearsome opponent of the regime. Fearsome means frightening, and opponent is someone or a group against another group. And the headline is saying that this group, Gen Z, are the most frightening opposition group for the government in Iran. But who or what exactly is Gen Z or Gen Z?
Well, Gen Z is short for Generation Z, and it refers to people who were born in the late 1990s and early 2000s.
Now, in Iran, a lot of the protesters are school age or university age, and that is the age group that's known as Gen Z. But we have other names for other generations. What are they?
Yeah, so we have millennials. That refers to people born between the early 1980s and the mid-90s. That's me. We then have Generation X. They were born between mid-1960 and the early 1980s.
And that's me.
And then there are the baby boomers who were born after World War II.
Yes, and that's my parents' generation. So why do we have these expressions? Why do we need them?
Well, classifying groups of people by their age is an easy way to differentiate between different groups of people, different generations. And it can make it easier for the reader if they immediately know which generation and their kind of supposed characteristics that they're reading about.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. We've had fan the flames of something, encourage an already tense situation.
Wave. Lots of things are happening at once.
And Gen Z, the group of people born between the late 1990s and the early 2000s.
Don't forget, there is a quiz on our website, bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
Чим Military Pack відрізняється від Assault Pack? І які ще типи рюкзаків бувають? Як називаються предмети в наплічнику солдата, які забезпечують йому shelter та camouflage? Яке оснащення можна віднести до Survival Essentials? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, на якому сьогодні ми проводимо лексичну розпаковку військового рюкзака і вчимося розповідати про його вміст і називати предмети англійською. У попередніх відео ми з вами вже говорили про форму та одяг військового, а також детально розбирали назви та функції захисного спорядження. А сьогодні наша тема – військовий рюкзак та його вміст. Будемо вивчати, як описати англійською ті речі, які ви з собою носите. Під час підготовки до цього уроку я провела невелике опитування серед військових моїх студентів та друзів і зробила висновок, що окрім загального традиційного переліку необхідних речей, вони мають в своїх рюкзаках різне. А вже ж, наповнення залежить від роду військ, типу підрозділу, посади, характеру завдання, ситуації та обставин, сезону, персональних вподобань і потреб та багатьох інших чинників. Але є базовий набір, що міститься в наплічнику військового найчастіше. Саме про нього і поговоримо. Кажуть, що ще за часів давнього Риму солдати носили з собою сумки, зроблені зі шкіри, у яких переносили їжу, зброю та інші предмети. Довгий час солдати не мали рюкзаків у тому вигляді, як зараз, а носили невеликі сумки або ранці, бо більшість essential items, необхідних речей, які були їм потрібні, переміщувались на повозках on a wagon, які слідували за військом. Коли було винайдено вогнепальну зброю, firearms, у солдатів з'явилася необхідність мати при собою не тільки rifles and muskets, а також ammunition and cleaning equipment. І, відповідно, необхідність носити більше оснащення самостійно. Перші військові рюкзаки, які з'явилися в Америці всередині 18-го сторіччя, було виготовлено з листового металу – sheet metal, і вони мали wooden backing. Зрозуміло, що вони були не дуже зручні, тож солдати часто загортали свої речі в ковдру і носили на плечі. Тому the first military backpack і називався rucksack від німецького спина та слова sack – сумка, мішок. Наприкінці Другої світової війни з'явився так званий field pack, який мав два відділення – one to store rations or equipment and the other for weaponry. З того часу моделі та матеріали для військових рюкзаків невпинно покращувались та удосконалювались. Було створено сотні різних модифікацій, і в сучасних арміях є вимоги до рюкзаків, які можуть носити військовослужбовці in terms of size – розміру, shape – форми, durability – міцності and color – кольору. Розгляньмо, які варіанти військових сумок та рюкзаків є зараз. A duffel bag – речовий мішок, a tube-shaped cloth bag. A bum bag або a butt bag – сумка на пояс. Molly rucksack – рюкзак з системою Моллі. A combat sustainment pack – додатковий тактичний рюкзак. Невеликий рюкзак, що підходить для різних завдань. An assault pack – штурмовий рюкзак. A mission pack – рюкзак на одне завдання, на 2-3 дні. An Alice pack – all-purpose lightweight individual carrying equipment – рюкзак за типом універсального, полегшеного, індивідуального, розвантажувального обладнання. A Bergen – великий військовий рюкзак, понад 50 літрів, що використовують військові Британії. An attachable pouch – підсумок. A survival kit – набір для виживання. Увага! Різниця між military backpacks та assault packs в тому, що military backpacks – рюкзаки для перенесення всіх речей для довгого періоду часу, а assault packs – призначені для коротших періодів або навіть завдань на один день. Тоді як military pack може вміщувати до 96 літрів, assault packs містять лише around 20 liters. І перш ніж ми перейдемо до розбору вмісту, ви маєте підписатися на цей канал, якщо дивитесь наше відео, а також перевірити, чи поставили ви лайк та дзвіночок, щоб отримувати всі сповіщення про оновлення на каналі. Необхідно в рюкзаку їжа, food – це a field ration – сухпайок. Можна зустріти також назви combat ration, food packet, ration pack, battle ration, meal ready to eat, MRE, або IMP – individual meal pack. Також це усілякі protein bars та energy drinks, які ви так любите. Щоб нагрівати їжу, в рюкзаку є a flameless ration heater – безполуменевий нагрівач. У наплічнику військового неодмінно містяться речі, що забезпечують роботу зброї та зв'язок – weapons and communication. GPS unit, satellite phone, a compass, a map, binoculars, an extra battery – додаткова батарея або powerbank, a radio або a walkie-talkie – радіостанція або рація, a gun cleaning kit – набір для чищення зброї, magazine pouches – підсумки для магазинів, ammo pouches, a signal mirror – сигнальне дзеркало, night vision gear, NVGs – night vision goggles, а також усілякі інші речі, необхідні для зв'язку, знаходження, знешкодження та знищення ворога. Survival essentials – це, по-перше, a first aid kit – аптечка, a tourniquet – турнікет, а також оснащення, що забезпечує гідрацію – hydration packs – гідраційні пакети, a hydration bladder – питна система для рюкзака, a flask – фляга, також її називають a canteen, a sleeping bag – спальний мішок, an emergency blanket – термоковдра, matches – сірники, A hand or foot heating pad – зігрівальні елементи для рук чи ніг. A headlamp або a head torch – налобний ліхтарик. A tactical flashlight – тактичний ліхтарик. У рюкзаку можуть бути різні матеріали для спорудження shelter – укриття та camouflaging – маскування. A tarp – брезентовий тент. A tent – намет. Duct tape – скотч і зустрічка. A rope – мотузка. A bungee cord – еластичний шнур з гачками. A rain jacket – дощовик. Маскувальна фарба для обличчя – це Camouflage Face Paint – CFP. Extra clothing – додатковий набір одягу. Sunscreen – крем для засмаги. Лопатка – це an entrenching tool або e-tool. Personal items – a knife. A multi-tool – є два варіанти написання цього слова. A mug – кружка. A ziploc bag – зіплок-пакет, поліетиленовий пакет на застібці, або a waterproof bag для мап та предметів, які не можна мочити. Що я пропустила? Напишіть мені в коментарях. Кожен ваш коментар служить для підтримки та просування нашого освітнього контенту. Ну і мені приємно. А ще обов'язково порекомендуйте армійську англійську вашим знайомим, які вивчають або планують вивчати англійську. Вони будуть вдячні вам за це. Може, не просто зараз, але будуть. Бо дуже скоро English стане обов'язковою вимогою для військовослужбовців України. І щоб ми могли робити більше корисних уроків і матеріалів з військової англійської, ви можете підтримати наш проєкт не тільки вподобайкою та коментарем, але й фінансово. Усі посилання в описі. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, яка мріє, щоб українське військо опанувало англійську мову і змогло напряму комунікувати з партнерами та колегами з-за кордону, вести перемовини, залучати більше підтримки, навчатися та ділитися досвідом знищення ворога. І в наступному відео я буду озброювати вас граматикою. Скоро побачимось!
Irreversible change. Antarctica faces a climate emergency. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now the story.
Sea ice the size of Greenland is missing. This and collapsing ice shelves are just some of the problems Antarctica is facing due to climate change. Scientists have met this week to discuss how important the Southern Ocean is to the health of the whole planet. They say more funding is urgently needed.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have virtually, put on ice, and call for.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Science Alert. Antarctic extremes are now virtually assured, with global ramifications.
So this headline says that extremes, that means very hot and very cold temperatures, are virtually assured. And assured means guaranteed. Global ramifications, that means that the whole world will be impacted. But what we're looking at is the word virtually.
We are. Now, this word virtually is very often used with technology. In fact, Neil, I went on a virtual tour of the Taj Mahal recently. I was at home in London, but it was like I was almost there, like I was virtually there in India.
Well, that's a really useful way of looking at it from that sort of technological point of view, because in this headline, virtually means almost or nearly, just like you were almost, nearly, sort of at the Taj Mahal. Now, the headline says that these extremes are virtually assured. That means almost guaranteed.
That's right. And we can also use virtually in a more casual, everyday way. So this morning, Neil, I was late for work. I was virtually on the bus when it left without me.
Well, I had a bad journey to work as well. I left my headphones at home. I had a really cool playlist I wanted to listen to. I was virtually in tears, almost crying. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from The Guardian. I've spent 40 years in Antarctic research. Right now, it's facing a climate emergency, so we must not put vital science on ice.
Okay, before looking at the headline, a note about pronunciation. Beth, you said research. I say research. It's just a change in word stress, and both are fine. Now the headline, we mustn't put vital science on ice. And put something on ice is what we're going to learn about. At a fish market, Beth, they put the fish on ice so it doesn't go bad. Is there a connection?
Kind of, yeah. So you put fish on ice to save it for later when you actually need to cook it. Now, the headline says you mustn't, or we mustn't put science on ice, meaning we shouldn't wait until we need the science, because actually we need it now.
So put on ice means delay or postpone. Now, of course, this story is actually about ice, Antarctic ice, and so it's a kind of clever headline. You see that quite often. Can you tell us some other uses of put on ice?
Yeah, so maybe at work, there's a project, you think it's going to go ahead, but then you don't have enough money, so the project is put on ice.
Yeah, and I was thinking of moving house recently, but the timing is not good. So that plan, we have put it on ice. It means we'll save it for later and think about it again in the future. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Merco Press. World scientists call for more research on the Southern Ocean and climate change.
So, scientists call for more research. We are going to learn about call for. It contains call, which everybody knows, so why are we looking at it?
Well, call for is a phrasal verb. So with phrasal verbs, they have particles, like for in this case, and it can change the meaning. Call for means to publicly ask for something. So in this case, in the headline, scientists are writing, speaking, and asking governments and the world of science and the public for a change.
Yeah, they are calling for action. Now, Beth, I am meeting a friend for dinner later, but I need to change the time. Do I call for a change of time?
No, because you don't need everyone, you don't need the public to know that you're changing the time. So just let the restaurant know. So call for is quite formal. It's often used in headlines and reports. We don't really use it in everyday conversation.
Okay, let's look at that one more time. We've had virtually, almost, nearly,
put on ice, save for later,
and call for, ask for publicly.
Now, if you want to watch more videos about climate change, click here to watch a 6-minute English box set.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us. Bye.
Bye.
Як називати англійською military units and formations у Збройних силах України? Як правильно a squad або a section? Які слова та вислови потрібні, щоб розповісти про різні підрозділи, їхній склад, підпорядкування та особливості? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська. Ютуб-канал, що наближає українське військо до мовних стандартів НАТО. І сьогодні розберемося, як називати англійською військові підрозділи наших Збройних сил. Нагадаю вам, що за планом Генштабу до 2026 року всі українські військові мають якимось чином заговорити англійською. Поки що говорять не всі. І коли я викладаю групам військовослужбовців, я помічаю, що інколи військовослужбовці не володіють навіть базовою лексикою, як, наприклад, назви військових підрозділів. Тож починати вивчати англійську варто просто зараз. Можна з наших уроків. І в одному з перших відео на каналі я вже розповідала вам про структуру британських збройних сил. Ми розбирали, як називаються різні підрозділи та формування. І якщо ви з нами з самого початку, то, скоріш за все, ви бачили це відео. Якщо не бачили, то передивіться. До того ж, лексика сьогоднішнього уроку буде дуже схожою. Також вам обов'язково стане в пригоді лексика з уроку, як розповідати про підрозділ англійською, щоб ви могли не тільки називати, але й сказати пару слів про підрозділ, де служите. Ключовим словом сьогодні буде слово «unit». У військовому контексті воно має декілька значень. Військове угрупування, підрозділ, військова частина та з'єднання. Українські збройні сили мають такі підрозділи. A fire group або a fire team – вогнева група. Consists of 2 to 4 soldiers – складається з 2-4 військових. A fire group або a fire team – це the smallest regular tactical unit within a squad or section. Це найменший позаштатний тактичний підрозділ у складі відділення. That doesn't have a regular commander, що не має штатного командира. Командира групи можна назвати a leader. Відділення a squad – американська назва, a section – британська назва. Consists of 9 to 15 soldiers – налічує від 9 до 15 військових. A squad or a section is the smallest regular tactical unit that has a regular commander. Є найменшим штатним тактичним підрозділом, що має штатного командира. A squad or a section is usually part of a platoon. Зазвичай входить до складу взводу. But can exist beyond a platoon. Але може існувати й поза межами взводу. Командиром відділення зазвичай є сержант, sergeant. У танкових військах та авіації відділенню відповідає екіпаж танка, літака або вертольота – tank, plane or helicopter crew. В артилерії це обслуга гармати – gun crew. A platoon – взвод – consists of 2 to 4 sections. A platoon is the main combined arms tactical unit in the infantry of the land forces. Є основним загальновійськовим тактичним підрозділом у піхоті сухопутних військ, which performs tactical tasks, що призначений для виконання тактичних завдань. A platoon is part of a company, входить до складу роти, or a battery, батареї, or a squadron, ескадрильї. Взводи бувають механізовані, mechanized, аеромобільні, airmobile, артилерійські, artillery, мінометні, mortar, зенітні, anti-aircraft, протитанкові, anti-tank, розвідувальні, reconnaissance, інженерні, engineering, зв'язку, communications, управління, command. Медичні – medical, господарські – logistical, забезпечення – supply, обслуговування – service тощо. A company – рота або a battery in artillery – в артилерії батарея, a squadron in aviation – ескадрилья в авіації, consists of 80 to 200 soldiers. A company usually consists of several platoons. Зазвичай складається з декількох взводів. Is part of a battalion. Входить до складу батальйону. Sometimes a company exists as an independent separate formation. Іноді рота існує як самостійне окреме формування. Рота може бути mechanized – механізована, tank – танкова, missile – ракетна, artillery – артилерійська, mortar – мінометна, radar – радіотехнічна, saper – саперна, automotive – автомобільна, assault – штурмова, rifle – стрілецька тощо. A battalion – батальйон consists of 300 to 800 soldiers and has several companies. A battalion is the main tactical unit in the land forces. Є основним тактичним підрозділом у сухопутних військах. A battalion is a part of a regiment or a brigade. Батальйон входить до складу полку або бригади. Механізований батальйон складається з A mechanized battalion consists of командування – command, штабу – staff, кількох рот – several companies, підрозділів вогневої підтримки – fire support units, протитанкових підрозділів – anti-tank units, підрозділів зв'язку – communication units, підрозділів технічного обслуговування – technical maintenance units, підрозділів постачання – supply units та медичного пункту – a medical point. A tank battalion comprises – у складі танкового батальйону є several tank companies – кілька танкових рот and units of combat support та підрозділи бойової підтримки. An artillery division consists of – артилерійський дивізіон складається з командування – command, штабу – staff, кількох артилерійських батарей – several artillery batteries і підрозділів бойового забезпечення – combat support units, тилового та технічного обслуговування – rear and technical services. A regiment – полк consists of 900 to 1,500 soldiers. A regiment is the main and largest technical military unit in the land forces, the air assault forces, and the navy. Є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, переважно, a regiment is a part of a unit, a division or a brigade. Полк входить до складу з'єднання, дивізії або бригади. But some regiments are directly subordinate, але деякі полки безпосередньо підпорядковуються to the high command – головному командуванню. Залежно від роду військ або сил, a regiment can conduct general combat, anti-aircraft, airborne combat or support combat operations. Може вести загальновійськовий, протиповітряний, повітряний бій або забезпечувати бойові дії. Typically, it consists of command – управління, several battalions – divisions, декількох батальйонів або дивізіонів, units of combat – technical, rear and medical support, підрозділів бойового, технічного, тилового та медичного забезпечення. A brigade – бригада consists of 1,000 to 8,000 soldiers. A brigade is the main and the largest tactical military unit in the land forces, the air assault force and the navy. Є основним і найбільшим тактичним військовим з'єднанням у сухопутних військах ДШВ та ВМС. In most cases, a brigade is a separate unit. У більшості випадків бригада становить окрему одиницю subordinate to an operational command, що підпорядковується оперативному командуванню. A brigade is designed to perform tactical tasks, призначена для виконання тактичних завдань as part of army corps or independently, у складі армійських корпусів або самостійно, in cooperation with units and elements of other branches of the military and special forces, у взаємодії зі з'єднаннями та частинами інших родів військ і спеціальних військ, with aviation, з авіацією, and in coastal directions, на приморських напрямках, with naval forces, із силами флоту. In the land forces, у сухопутних військах, a brigade consists of headquarters, штабу, command, управління, several battalions, divisions of the basic branches of the military, з декількох батальйонів, дивізіонів основних родів військ, special forces units and rear units, підрозділів спеціальних військ і тилових підрозділів. Згадаю, в цьому уроці також корпус, a corps. A corps is a combined arms operational tactical unit or a union – загальновійськове оперативно-тактичне з'єднання чи об'єднання of permanent or temporary troops – військ постійного або тимчасового складу. In wartime, a corps acts as a part of the army or independently. У воєнний час діє в складі армії або самостійно. Зверніть увагу на написання та вимову слова core. Не путайте його з corpse – мертве тіло, corpus – корпус, збірка або core – ядро, серцевина. Множина від core – cores – пишеться так само, але вимовляється із закінченням cores. Повторюємо основні поняття цього уроку. Вогнева група англійською – це a fire team. Відділення – section або squad. Взвод – platoon. Рота – company. Батальйон – battalion. Полк – regiment. Бригада – brigade. Корпус – corps, штаб – headquarters, з'єднання, підрозділ, військова частина – unit, тилові підрозділи – rear units. Отже, друзі, сьогодні ми розібрали назви, склад, чисельність та особливості військових формувань та підрозділів Збройних сил України. Ця інформація вам точно знадобиться. І не тільки вам, а й вашим колегам і знайомим. І всім українським військовим, які вивчають Military English. Поділіться з ними цим відео, а також порекомендуйте наш канал і самі не забудьте підписатися. Щоб отримувати більше корисного контенту з військової англійської, приєднуйтесь до нашого інстаграму та телеграму. А матеріали для уроку у вигляді файлів будуть доступні для тих, хто є нашими меценатами і підтримує наш проєкт регулярними благодійними внесками. Якщо ви вважаєте, що те, що ми робимо, корисно, підтримайте нас, щоб ми могли продовжувати робити те, що робимо. Посилання в описі до відео. Це армійська англійська. Перший YouTube-канал з мовної підготовки для українського війська. Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і я переконана, що дуже скоро у кожному відділенні, взводі, роті, батальйоні, бригаді заговорять in English.
Що таке enlistment та conscription? Чим to deploy відрізняється від to assign? Як розповісти про військовий досвід англійською? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це армійська англійська, канал, де ми вивчаємо Military English. І в цьому відео ми з вами розглянемо корисну лексику, яка дасть вам змогу розповісти про ваш військовий досвід, про вашу біографію і про факти з вашої військової кар'єри. Сьогоднішня тема важлива, по-перше, тому що стандарт НАТО з мовної підготовки вимагає від військового вміння розповідати про свою біографію, спілкуватися з колегами, брати участь у дискусіях, брифінгах, дебрифінгах, проходити інтерв'ю і описувати події минулого. По-друге, не секрет, що іноземні збройні сили дуже зацікавлені в тому, щоб дізнатися більше про досвід наших українських захисників. І вже стоять в черзі, щоб повчитися у вас. І вже дуже скоро ви зможете спілкуватися з ними англійською і розповідати про ваш військовий шлях, якщо будете уважно дивитися мої уроки і виконувати практичні завдання. Основа будь-якої історії, будь то біографія, дебрифінг або байка, яку ви розповідаєте побратимам, це дієслова, дії, опис саме того, що ви робили. У попередньому відео я розповідала вам про час past simple для опису фактів та подій, що завершилися в минулому. І якщо ви уважно його дивилися, то пам'ятаєте, що дієслова діляться на правильні та неправильні. І сьогодні ми зустрінемо і ті. А також ми зустрінемо уже знайоме вам з попередніх уроків дієслово to be – бути, але в минулому часі. In the past воно має дві форми – was та were. Був, була, було, були. Форма залежить від особи та від того, однина чи множина. В однині з I, he, she, it використовуємо was. З you в однині та в множині we та they вживаємо were. Усі правила утворення стверджень, заперечень та питань з was, were такі ж самі, як і для to be в теперішньому часі. Якщо ви пропустили або підзабули відеоурок про дієслово to be і розповідь про себе в теперішньому часі, подивіться його. Окрім того, сьогодні ми зустрінемо речення в пасивному стані. Тобто, коли не ви активно щось робили, а з вами щось робили. Наприклад, народили, доправили, перевели, відзначили. І англійською ми будемо казати «я був народжений», «я був доправлений», «мене було переведено» і так далі. Тут нам потрібна вже третя форма дієслова. Починаємо розповідь про свій досвід із загальних фактів. I was born in. Я був народжений. Та після in ви ставите рік або місто. З роками використовуємо прийменник in. І щоб тут і далі правильно називати дати, зверніться до уроку про numbers, де я пояснюю, як це робити англійською. Щоб розповісти про свою освіту, можете сказати I graduated from і вказати навчальний заклад або університет. Я закінчив, випустився з. I joined the armed forces in. Я вступив до Збройних сил у такому-то році. Наприклад, I joined the armed forces as a military volunteer in 2014. I was mobilized in 2018. To enlist – це приходити на військову службу, вступати на військову службу, добровільно завербовуватися. Або набирати, вербувати, зараховувати на військову службу. To enroll – зараховувати на службу. Ви можете сказати I enlisted, I was enrolled або I was recruited. Мене було зараховано на військову службу. Незайвим також буде слово conscription – військова служба по призову, призов громадян на військову службу або військова повинність. A conscript – це призовник. The oath of enlistment – це присяга, військова клятва. To take the oath of enlistment – це складати з присягу. До речі, to take – це неправильне дієслово. Три форми – take, took, taken. Тож ви кажете I took the oath of enlistment a year ago. I served in. Я служив у такому-то місті, у такому-то підрозділі або у такому-то роді військ. My rank was. Моє звання було. I was promoted from to. Мене було підвищено по службі з і до такого-то звання. Також можете сказати I rose through the ranks або I progressed through the ranks. Я просувався у званнях до якогось конкретного рангу. Рости, підвищуватися – to rise, rose, risen. Щоб докладніше розповісти про підрозділи, передивіться урок, присвячений цій темі. А щоб згадати звання, зверніться до уроку про military ranks, а також знайдіть українські відповідники вашого звання званням НАТО. To drill, to train or to exercise in military operations – це відпрацьовувати, тренувати навички військових операцій. To enter training – починати військові навчання і вказуйте, які саме. Наприклад, I entered a marksmanship training – навчання зі стрільби. Або I entered an aerial reconnaissance training – навчання з аеророзвідки. To undertake pre-deployment training – пройти навчання перед розгортанням військ, перед доправленням на бойове завдання. Про навчання ви можете сформулювати речення такого типу. I undertook a training for anti-aircraft gunnery, where I was trained as an anti-aircraft gunner. Я пройшов навчання зенітної артилерії, де мене тренували як стрільця-зенітника. У розповіді про військову кар'єру важливе слово to deploy – розгортати, розгортатися, переміщуватися, розміщуватися. Воно часто вживається в пасивному стані. I was deployed to the east of Ukraine. Також необхідне слово deployment. My first deployment was to the Luhansk region. Our unit changed the area of deployment. A permanent duty station, PDS, постійне місце призначення. A temporary duty, TDY, тимчасове призначення. Наприклад, our PDS was in the north, but I spent 6 months on temporary duty in southern Ukraine. To assign – призначати. To assign a mission – призначати завдання. To assign to a post – призначити на пост. To be assigned – бути призначеним. An assignment – призначення, завдання, задача. Також у військовій сфері у значенні призначення, завдання, задача використовують слово mission. I was given an assignment. Мені призначили завдання. I was assigned a combat mission. I was assigned the post or the position of CVCO, Combat Vehicle Commander. Мене було призначено на посаду командира бойової машини. Posting – це переведення по службі. To be posted – бути призначеним на посаду або переведеним. I was posted to another garrison. Мене було переведено в інший гарнізон. I got a posting to another brigade. Я дістав переведення в іншу бригаду. Якщо вам треба розповісти, наприклад, на інтерв'ю або в приватній розмові, чим саме ви займались на службі, за мить я дам вам ще кілька корисних фраз. А просто зараз перевірте, чи ви вже підписані на канал Армійська англійська. Якщо ви додивились аж сюди, значить матеріал точно корисний. І якщо ви все ще не підписані, ви маєте натиснути кнопку підписки просто зараз. А ще напишіть ваш коментар, як просувається ваше оволодіння англійською з моїми уроками, бо кожен ваш коментар – це внесок у просування нашого проєкту і зворотній зв'язок для мене. А якщо ви бажаєте зробити більш вагомий внесок, ви можете стати нашим меценатом або одноразово підтримати наш проєкт фінансово. Ваша підтримка дає нам змогу робити більше уроків та матеріалів із військової англійської. Про військові нагороди або відзнаки можна розповісти в такий спосіб. I received awards, medals, commendations for something. Наприклад, for special assignments. Я дістав нагороди, медалі, похвали за виконання спеціальних завдань. I was honored with an order for courage. Мене було відзначено орденом за мужність. Якщо ви згадуєте про поранення, про це ви можете сказати, використовуючи, наприклад, такі фрази. I was injured. Мене було травмовано as a result of a mine explosion. Або I was wounded. Мене було поранено by bomb blast fragmentation. Rehabilitation treatment – це реабілітація. To be admitted for rehab treatment – бути прийнятим на реабілітаційне лікування. To retire – виходити на пенсію. Veterans and retirees – ветерани та військові пенсіонери. Також у Збройних силах багатьох країн є таке поняття, як transitioning to civilian life – перехід від військового життя до цивільного. А вже ж, коли ви розповідаєте про вашу військову кар'єру в Україні іноземцю, важливо враховувати багато чинників. Різницю між системами Збройних сил різних країн, різницю між порядком вступу на службу та військовою підготовкою в Україні та інших країнах Заходу, особливості вашої посади, спеціалізації і ваш унікальний військовий шлях. Тому сьогодні я дала вам загальний вокабуляр, а для більш детального опису ваших військових досягнень шукайте лексику, фрази, складайте вашу заготовку, щоб на зустрічі з закордонними колегами ви могли розповісти англійською про свій досвід. А щоб вам було легше скласти власну розповідь про своє минуле, послухаємо приклад розповіді про військову кар'єру.
My name is Tim. I was born in Livonia, Michigan, USA, and I graduated from Brighton High School in 1988. I enlisted in the US Army 1 year after high school. I joined the Army and took the oath of enlistment in June 1989. I did basic training and advanced individual training, AIT, at Fort Knox, Kentucky. Then, I was stationed at Fort Polk, Louisiana. I served as a cavalry scout and specialized in reconnaissance. Every month we trained with weapons, land navigation, and first aid. For the last 7 months of my enlistment, I drove for the squadron's lieutenant colonel. In April 1991, my cavalry squadron deployed to California to train in the high desert. After that deployment, my division, 5th Infantry Division, was to deploy to Saudi Arabia for Operation Desert Storm, but the war finished so quickly, and so we did not deploy there. I served for 2 years. I started as a private, but when I finished my contract, I rose through the lower ranks to private first class. After my 2-year enlistment finished, I served in the reserves for 6 more years. Then, I fully transitioned to civilian life.
На цьому все. Якщо сьогоднішній урок був корисним для вас, залишайте ваші коментарі, підписуйтесь на Інстаграм та Телеграм армійської англійської. Допомагайте нам поширювати інформацію про наш освітній проєкт. Бо щоденно я, Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, та наша команда працюють над створенням відеоуроків з метою якомога швидше озброїти українське військо англійською мовою і якомога швидше перемогти клятого ворога.
Could plastic-eating worms help the world's pollution crisis? This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now it's time for the story.
Getting rid of plastic with worm spit. Spanish scientists have discovered something in waxworms' saliva which helps them eat plastic. It's hoped the breakthrough will be an effective and natural way of reducing plastic pollution. One researcher suggests in the future, plastic-eating worm kits could be used in the home.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have gobbling, lowly, and humble.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This one is from France 24. Plastic gobbling enzymes in worm spit may help ease pollution.
And so the headline is saying something useful has been found in the spit of a certain kind of worm. And it's the enzyme in the spit. Enzymes are things that help chemical processes happen more quickly. In this case, destroying plastic. But the word that we're interested in is gobbling. And gobbling is a word connected to the noise a turkey makes.
Yes, you're right. So when a turkey gets its food, it eats very quickly and loudly, and we say this is gobble. So the headline writer has turned this into an adjective, just like the noise gobble gobble, and then we've got a new word, plastic gobbling.
Gobble is a funny word in English because it sounds like the thing it is describing, and we have a lot of words like that. For example, what noise does a cat make?
Meow.
Okay, so the noise is like that, and the word to describe that is meow. What about chickens?
Cluck cluck.
Okay, chickens make a cluck cluck noise, and the word we write down and say is cluck.
Yeah, so the headline makes you imagine a worm noisily eating plastic, just like a turkey gobbling it. Now, of course, this is an exaggeration, but it's quite entertaining and it gives you a strong mental image.
Yeah. Can you give us some examples of other words connected to eating and the noise involved?
Yes, so we have gulp.
Okay, so that is gulp.
And that is about eating food and drinking quickly and loudly. And then we also have guzzle, but that's only really used for drink.
Yeah, and we have a word not connected to sound, but it's got an animal in it. To wolf something down means to eat it really quickly. Let's take a look at that one more time. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from Reuters. Lowly waxworm saliva may boost fight against plastic pollution.
The headline is saying that the saliva, that's the spit, another word for spit, of this certain kind of worm might boost, that means help, the attempt to reduce plastic. But the word we're looking at is lowly. What can you tell us about lowly?
Well, there's a clue in this word lowly, low, and it means low in position or importance. So, for example, Neil, when I started in my career, I wasn't presenting news review for the BBC. I was in a lowly position.
Okay, so you mean that you feel that the job you were doing wasn't as important as the one you're doing now. It was lower.
Exactly.
Okay. Yep. Now, we have heard that this worm is actually really important. It's eating plastic. So why are we calling it lowly?
Well, waxworms aren't really high up in the animal kingdom. They're a little bit dirty. Most people think of them as pests and they don't really like them.
And so the headline writer uses the word lowly because even though this worm doesn't seem that important, it's actually doing a really important job. Now, do we use this word much in our everyday English?
Well, yeah, when we use it, it's always in a humorous way. We're kind of saying the thing we're doing isn't very important. Like I used to just be a lowly tea maker in the office.
Ah, well, you call yourself lowly, but just like the worm, you're performing a really important task. Everybody loves tea. It may not be the most glamorous job in the world, but it is very important. Okay, let's look at that again. Let's take a look at our next headline.
This one is from the BBC. Humble worm saliva can break down tough plastic.
And so the headline is saying the saliva of this type of worm, this wax worm, can break down, which means destroy, certain types of plastic, tough plastics, ones that are difficult to break down, difficult to destroy. We have another adjective that we're looking at, which is humble. What can you tell us about humble?
So humble can have the same meaning as lowly, meaning ordinary or not important, but it has another meaning too. So it can describe a person who isn't proud or doesn't believe that they're important, even if they are. So imagine someone wins an award, they get on stage to give their speech and they say, "This isn't for me, it's for everyone else. Thank you, everyone who helped me." They are humble.
Ah, what a humble person. And it's a positive thing to say about someone, isn't it? So in this headline, using humble about this worm is a positive thing.
Exactly, because even though this worm maybe looks just like a worm, it's really special and important. It has plastic eating abilities.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had gobbling, eating quickly and loudly, like a turkey.
Lowly, low in position and importance.
And humble, not proud, but often important.
Don't forget, there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us, and goodbye.
Bye.
$8 billion. That's how many people live on Earth, according to the UN. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Sian. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now let's hear the story.
The world's population has officially reached 8 billion. The growth is partly due to developments in health, nutrition and medicine. It has taken just 11 years to go from 7 to 8 billion, but growth in several countries is actually slowing. Many are concerned the expanding population is destroying the planet.
You've been looking at the headlines, Sian. What's the vocabulary?
Okay, we have peak, poses and shape.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's take a look at our first headline.
This one is from The Telegraph. World population hits 8 billion as experts predict when it will peak.
The world's population has reached 8 billion. That's 8 followed by 9 zeros. And experts are predicting when the world population will peak. And peak is the word we're looking at. Is there a connection to mountains, Sian?
Well, yes, kind of. So if you picture a mountain, the top is the peak. So it means you can't go any higher. But we also use this word peak to talk about data and graphs. So if you look at this point here is the peak, and it means the top. So in the same way, the peak of a mountain is the top.
Yes, so that top of the mountain peak, and on the graph those are nouns, but it's also used as a verb to mean go as high as possible.
Exactly. So the headline writer is saying that the population is continuing to rise now, but at some point the population will reach the peak. So it can't go any higher, just like an actual mountain.
Yeah, and we use peak not just to talk about graphs and mountains, we can use it to talk about performance, for example, in sport.
Exactly. So it's often used to mean that a team or a person has reached their best level of performance. They can't get any better. They've peaked.
Yeah, and we can use this, for example, the World Cup is coming. It's really important for a football team not to peak too soon. So that means that they shouldn't be at their best level of performance until the actual competition, not before it.
Exactly. That's a useful phrase. Don't peak too soon. And we use it for other situations, not only sport. So if you're revising for exams and you start doing too much too early, you could say, don't peak too soon, or you'll forget everything on exam day.
Excellent advice. Let's have a look at that again. Let's have a look at our next headline.
This one is from CNN. Global population hits 8 billion as growth poses more challenges for the planet.
And so this population growth is causing problems for the planet. We're looking at the word poses, and I know this word pose, it means the way you stand. So a model, the way a model stands for a photo, or maybe an actor on the stage, that's a pose.
Or a painting, yeah, it's the way you stand in a particular position. Or yoga, you can have a yoga pose. But here, it's a verb, and poses means creates or causes something to happen.
Yeah, so the headline is saying that this population growth is causing problems, issues, challenges. It poses a problem.
Exactly. So we often use poses with questions. You can pose a question, but it's commonly used with negative nouns like threat or danger or problem. So should we think of some examples?
Yes, so if a driver has been drinking alcohol, it poses a danger to people in the road and in that car as well.
Yeah, or a political scandal can pose problems for the government.
Yeah. Okay, let's have a look at that again. Time for our next headline.
This one's from The Conversation. As the 8 billionth person is born, here's how Africa will shape the future of the planet's population.
This headline is looking specifically at Africa and how it will shape the future. Now, it's the word shape we're looking at, Sian. Can you give me some example of shapes?
Okay, so shapes as a noun. We can have a triangle, a square, a circle. But if you want to make something into the shape you want,
you shape it. So that's a verb, shape as a verb, as it is in the headline. And the headline is talking about how Africa will shape or influence the future.
Yes, and we often use this verb shape in relation to beliefs or ideas or a person's character. So has anything or anyone in your life shaped you as a person, Neil?
I guess, yeah, I moved around a lot when I was a kid, and I think that shaped my personality because as an adult I've moved around a lot as well. Let's have a look at that one more time. We've had peak, can't get any higher or better.
Poses, causes or creates something that's usually negative.
Shape, influence.
Don't forget there's a quiz on our website at bbclearningenglish.com.
Thank you for joining us and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Fake news. Fake news.
Hello, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
Welcome to Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In this series, we're looking at a topic that's on the tip of everyone's tongues, fake news.
Yes, fake news. We'll find out what it is and what it isn't.
We'll look at where it comes from and how it can be dangerous.
And we'll also show you how you can become a fake news detective with tips and suggestions for developing your critical thinking skills.
We're starting today with the look at the word fake itself. What does it actually mean and how do we use it? Over to you, Sam.
Okay, well, actually, thank you, Hugo. I want to show you something I prepared earlier, so it's really over to me, Sam. So what do we know about the word fake? The word fake is first recorded in the late 18th century. It's slang used by criminals in London with meanings connected to their illegal activities. Today, it can be an adjective, a noun, or a verb, and is used when talking about things that are not real, not genuine, but are designed to make people think that they are real or are genuine. So where do we see this word? The news is full of stories of fakes. Fake works of art, fake concert tickets, fake documents, and fake qualifications, to name only a few. In some places, you can buy fake designer goods, either knowingly or unknowingly. However, those looking for a bargain could end up with dangerous fake goods or even fake medicines. All these kinds of fakes can be called counterfeit. Being fake isn't always for criminal reasons, though. People and how they act can be called fake too, like smiling, laughing, being injured, and even
Yes.
not confident but want to ace that job interview, fake it till you make it. And sometimes what is fake is more ethical. For example, if you wear fur, is it real or fake? Fake fur is regarded to be more ethical, so much so that real fur is sometimes labeled as fake. So knowing what is real and what is fake and what is fake can be tricky. How do we choose what to buy, where to go, even where to stay? Many of us look at reviews online, but even then we have to watch out for fakes. The digital world of social media and the internet are places where it can be very difficult to tell what is fake and what is real. And that brings us to perhaps the most common phrase associated with the word fake these days.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news. Do you hear what I'm saying?
There's something different here.
Yes, so obviously those were fake ears. And that's a fake laugh, but it's a comedy classic, fake ears, really just to demonstrate that not everything fake is bad.
And can I say that laugh was a counterfeit laugh?
That's a really good question, actually, but no. So we use the word counterfeit to describe real objects, real things that are fake. So for example, documents, money, paintings, jewelry, they can all be counterfeit, but a laugh, no matter how fake or false, is not counterfeit, no.
And have you had any experience with fake things?
So I did have a friend who was setting up his own business, and he did ask me to write him a fake review online.
What happened?
No comment. What about you?
I haven't bought anything fake or counterfeit, but I think we've seen, fake T-shirts, fake shoes, bags,
really
pretty
common.
much everywhere, right? But now let's turn to fake news itself.
Yeah, so the words fake and news, as we know, have existed separately for a very long time. But as a journalist, Hugo, when did you start seeing them together, being used as a thing?
I think we all became more familiar with it in the 2016 election campaign in the US, because Donald Trump was a big fan of it to essentially dismiss anything he didn't like. But you may be surprised to find out that he wasn't actually the first one to use it. Earlier, I was joined by Mike Wendling from BBC Trending. He's written a piece called The Almost Complete History of Fake News, and he was here to explain more about the recent history of this term. So people may be surprised that Donald Trump wasn't, the first one to use it back in the election in 2016.
No, actually, it was his opponent, Hillary Clinton, who was the first person to utter the words fake news. And she was describing a process by which people were inventing stories and they were going viral on social media. These stories were fake. They were being written. There was a famous example that was uncovered by BuzzFeed, where these stories were being written by people in Macedonia. And those people weren't necessarily interested in Trump or interested in bashing Hillary Clinton. What they were interested in was money. Through Facebook, they could draw people into their websites and then make money off of advertising. And that's why they wrote these sensationalized, completely made-up stories that we now have come to know as fake news.
And misinformation, fake news has existed for many, many years, right? But now the difference is social media and how easy it is to, spread this kind of disinformation.
That's right. There's always been mistakes, propaganda, spin, or just lies by political candidates. That has always existed. This is a new type of information and a new type of how information spreads online. And what that means is that it can be spread faster than ever before by people who might be anonymous or might be thousands of kilometers away. So it's really a challenge for media organizations, social media organizations, and really all of us to try and figure out how to separate the truth from the fiction.
And you can find out more about Mike's work on the BBC Trending blog, on the BBC News website, and also on the BBC World Service. Mike, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
So Sam, what did you make about what Mike was saying there?
I thought it was really, really interesting. And he mentioned words like spin and propaganda, which we are going to talk about more in a later programme. But one word I wanted to pick up today was the term viral that he used. So viral is the adjective, and it comes from the noun virus, which, as you know, is a medical term. And as you also know, a virus can spread really, really quickly. So when we use something viral, when we use the term viral, to go viral online, it basically means it spreads really, really quickly across the internet.
Yeah, we all know about it. Very interesting. Now, before we wrap up for today, Sam, remind us about the word fake.
Okay, absolutely. So fake means not real, it is not genuine, and grammatically the word fake can be a verb. So you can fake a smile, you can fake a laugh, as Hugo did before. You can also fake being confident. It can also be a noun, so a picture is a fake. The diamond ring my grandmother left me was a fake, for example. And it is commonly used as an adjective. So I was talking earlier about the fake review, which I, of course, didn't write. And also, if you're unlucky, you might buy fake tickets for a concert or things like that. If we're talking about fake objects like documents, money, or copies of well-known brands, for example, you can also use the word counterfeit.
Thank you, Sam. And that's all from us today. Do join us again next time on Fake News, Fact and Fiction.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Thousands evacuated in Iceland ahead of expected volcanic eruption. This is News Review from BBC Learning English, where we teach you how to understand the news in English. I'm Beth.
And I'm Phil. Make sure you watch to the end to learn the words that you need to talk about this story.
And to learn more about the world in English, don't forget to subscribe to our channel. Now, today's story.
Thousands of people have been evacuated from their homes in Iceland after a state of emergency was declared. Cracks have appeared in roads after a series of earthquakes, and there are fears that the Fagradalsfjalla volcano will soon erupt. A huge eruption in 2010 in Iceland disrupted air travel around the world.
You've been looking at the headlines. What's the vocabulary that people need to understand this news story in English?
We have imminent, swarm, and frantic.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from Sky News. Cracks appear in roads amid fears of imminent volcanic eruption.
Now, this story tells us that roads have been damaged as worries grow about a potential volcanic eruption. We're going to look at the word imminent. Phil, is this related to bad things?
Yes, we often use imminent with bad things, like a volcano preparing to erupt, and it means that we think it's going to happen very soon, and it's scaring us.
Okay, so we use it with bad things that are about to happen. What common phrases might we see it in?
Well, we might talk about an imminent disaster, an imminent attack, or an imminent crisis. And it has this idea that there's a bad thing hanging over a situation that we think is about to happen soon.
Okay, it reminds me of a similar word, impending. Impending is used in a similar way to say that something negative is about to happen. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from TTG Media. Iceland declares state of emergency amid intense swarm of earthquakes.
Now, this is about the earthquakes, which could be a sign that a volcanic eruption is imminent. We're going to learn about the word swarm. Now, swarm reminds me of insects. What has that got to do with volcanoes and earthquakes?
Okay, so what is a swarm of insects?
Well, it's a large group of insects that all fly together. For example, if you disturb a hive of bees, all the bees will come out. That's a swarm of bees.
Okay, so there's a large number, and when seismologists, that's people who study earthquakes, talk about a swarm of earthquakes, they mean that there's a large number of them close together that appear in a short space of time. And that's often a sign of volcanic activity.
Okay, so there are two things about the word swarm. One, it's a large number, and two, it's something negative. Now, we can also use swarm for people, but usually only when we think that they are a problem.
Okay, yes. So if there are a lot of tourists, you might say there's a swarm of tourists because you think it's a problem. Celebrities might be chased by a swarm of journalists, which doesn't sound very pleasant.
It doesn't. Okay, let's look at that again. Next headline, please.
This is from Edinburgh Live. Frantic Edinburgh couple race home from Iceland after travelling despite warnings.
So this story is about tourists in Iceland who are worried about what's happening. The word that we're looking at is frantic. Phil, when do we use this word?
Well, this story is about tourists, but there's probably a lot of people feeling like that right now. You said worried, but frantic is a bit more than that. It's about being so worried that you find it hard to do things or hard to control yourself even.
Okay, so if you're frantic, it's a little bit like you're panicking and you might even do the wrong thing because you're so worried.
Yeah, because we often use this to talk about the way we do things. We can use the adverb frantically to describe things done in a hurry because you're worried or scared.
Okay, let's look at that again. We've had imminent, about to happen.
Swarm, a large number of bad things.
And frantic, worried and out of control.
To watch more episodes of News Review, click on this playlist.
And click here to subscribe to our channel so you never miss another video.
Thanks for joining us.
Bye.
In Beijing, EU President Ursula von der Leyen says the EU and China have agreed to establish balanced trade relations. She spoke after talks with President Xi Jinping. The American military grounds all Osprey V-22 helicopters 1 week after 8 soldiers died in an Osprey crash into the ocean near Japan. Guyana says a military helicopter carrying 7 people disappeared in bad weather near the country's border with Venezuela. And the U.S. Senate blocks an emergency bill that called for billions of dollars in new assistance to Ukraine and Israel.
Fake news. Fake news.
Hi, I'm Hugo.
And I'm Sam.
And this is Fake News, Fact and Fiction from BBC Learning English. In the program today, we'll look at the topic of critical thinking with the special guest, Dr. Stephen Novella.
Being able to evaluate the information that we have access to critically is now probably the most important skill any individual can have.
We'll hear more from Dr. Novella later. First, Sam, do you have some vocabulary for us?
Yes, I do. So today I'm going to be talking about spin, cherry picking, bias, and the phrase critical thinking itself. Let's have a look. See that? It's a ball. To turn it quickly is to spin it. Now, if we put the truth on this ball, then spin it, can you still see the truth? It's still there somewhere, but difficult to see clearly. Spin makes the truth difficult to see. And this is a bit like political spin, a term first used in the 1970s to talk about the way politicians and their spokespeople present information. They will present information in a way that makes things seem as positive as possible without always telling you the whole truth or the whole context. They might highlight the most positive details, but ignore the other details that don't make them look quite as good. Selecting which facts are chosen to publicize is known as cherry picking, and it often doesn't give a full or accurate picture of the whole story. And it's not just politicians of all sides who do this. It happens in the media too, mainstream and social media, and very often we do it ourselves. To explain why, I'm going to need another ball, like a bowling ball. Bowling balls don't roll straight. They curve to the left or right when they're rolled. One reason for this is that their weight is not centered. They have what is called a bias. Bias is the same word we use to describe an opinion that is not impartial, one that is not based fairly on facts, but which may turn one way or another because of personal feelings, political preferences, or ideology. So we might disagree with someone and think that they're wrong, not because of evidence or facts, but just because they have a different way of looking at the world than we do. And when it comes to the spread of fake news, something called confirmation bias is incredibly important. This is when we ignore or dismiss anything that doesn't support our own beliefs and only pay attention to information that confirms the views we already have. We like to read and see opinions that reflect our own beliefs. We might want to share something that we really agree with, something that makes us really angry or upset, and not stop to think whether it's actually true. The challenge is to be open to trying to understand opinions that are different from our own and not ignore any evidence that doesn't confirm our own view. This is where critical thinking becomes very important. The skill of looking at information objectively and impartially and trying not to be persuaded by our own biases. So that was my balanced spin on spin, and now back to the studio.
Thanks, Sam. I may be biased, but I thought it was really interesting. And it takes us nicely into our topic today, critical thinking. Why is this something that is important when it comes to fake news?
Yeah, well, one of the ways that news spreads is when it's shared. And if it's fake news, that can be a problem. Thinking critically is a bit like social distancing for fake news. If we know how to spot fake news, we are less likely to spread it.
And in order to spot fake news, you have to be a little bit of a skeptic and not believe everything you read on the internet. So what does it mean to be a skeptic? Let's turn to our guest today, Dr. Steven Novella. Dr. Novella is a clinical neurologist at Yale University. He's a science communicator who presents a weekly podcast called The Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, and he's also written a book with the same name. We spoke to him earlier and first asked him about what being a skeptic means and why he believes it's important.
A skeptic is somebody that wants to believe only things that are actually true. We want to use facts, logic, and evidence to base our beliefs on. Now, the opposite of being a skeptic is being gullible. And I don't think anybody would self-identify as gullible or want to be gullible. But what we're advocating scientific skepticism is using a formal method, using a process to evaluate the information that we encounter. We're deluged with information. We have to filter it somehow. We have to have some way of figuring out what's likely to be true and what's not true. If someone's trying to deceive me, if someone's trying to sell me something, if someone else has been deceived and they're trying to pass that along to me, if the government is trying to maintain some fiction to maintain control. I mean, there's all sorts of reasons why people would give me information that's not correct or that's biased or that's inaccurate. And sometimes people just make honest mistakes. We're flawed. Our brains are flawed. Our memories are terrible. We sort of construct an approximation of reality as best we can, but it's never totally accurate. And we have to be aware of all those biases and flaws.
Well, good to hear Dr. Novella using one of your vocabulary words there, Sam, bias. But did you pick out any other interesting word there?
Yeah, so the word gullible is interesting. We use this word for someone who is willing to believe things without questioning. It makes them really easy to trick. So I remember when I was at school, a teacher told me that the word gullible wasn't in the dictionary.
Did you believe them?
Well, I thought about it for a second because it was a teacher who told me and I trusted them. And then I was going to tell my friends because I thought it was interesting, but I thought I should probably check it out first. And of course, the word was in the dictionary. So being a skeptic and a critical thinker means not believing everything you see or hear, not liking and sharing something, even if we agree with it or it feels right to us, until we have evidence to support it. It may not be important whether a word is in a dictionary or not, but it is when thinking about the areas of science, health, and politics.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of an effort. It's easy to check a dictionary to see if a word is in there, but it is more difficult with more complex issues. So how do we start with this? Here's Dr. Novella again.
So whenever I come across a question or a topic that I want to wrap my head around, I make sure that I specifically look for information on all sides. It may be more than two sides, but on all what I think are at least viable opinions. If there's any large group of people or respected professionals or whatever who are saying something, I want to at least understand what their point is. What is their side? And until you sort of sort through the back and forth of different arguments, you don't really have a good sense of who has the better position. And if I follow a good process, I look for as many differing opinions as I can, keep a genuinely open mind, don't prejudge the conclusion, and then see, okay, who has the better evidence? And when you do that habitually, you do that all the time, you get pretty good at it. Just like anything, you do it all the time and you'll get better at it. It still takes work to wrap your head around any complex issue, but you have a fighting chance if you do that process.
It seems to have some similarity with what journalists do, looking for different sources and analyzing the evidence.
And it's important to look not only at different sources, but also at different points of view.
Of course, this isn't something you need to do for everything. Some things are easy to check and some things are not that controversial. But when it comes to science, medicine and health, for example, there are many claims that we might like to believe, but which may not be accurate. So it's a good idea to develop some of those research skills if you want to be a critical thinker. This is something that Dr. Novella thinks is essential for students and adults to develop. But it's not the only thing, so here's a look at what else he thinks is important.
I do think that we need to teach critical thinking as a core skill set to all children and adults, and what's called media literacy. I think media literacy is more important than it ever was. It's only going to get even more important. So people need to understand not just scientific literacy, but critical thinking and media literacy. That is the currency now of the modern world. We all have access to massive amounts of information. I mean, it's unbelievable when you think about it. At the touch of your fingers, you have access to the collective knowledge of humanity. It's amazing. And so the real currency is in being able to find the information that you want and evaluate it critically. Being able to evaluate the information that we have access to critically is now probably the most important skill any individual can have. And that's what now I think like the science communicators are shifting towards. That's what we have to teach people. They can find the facts online. We need to teach them how to know it when they find it.
So Sam, as well as critical thinking, what else does Dr. Novella think is an essential skill?
Well, that would be media literacy, which is an understanding of how the media and social media works and how it's being used for good and for bad.
And it's also about being aware of where you get your information from, people on social media, blogs, and websites you follow. So Sam, can you just please recap today's vocabulary for us?
Absolutely. So we started off with spin, which is a way to present information in a positive way, as positive as possible, even if it's not actually particularly good news. Cherry-picking details is to choose only the information that agrees with your views and ignore any inconvenient facts. A bias is a belief that something is good or bad, which isn't based on evidence, but is based on prejudices or our own beliefs and our own ideology. Critical thinking is the skill of evaluating and judging how accurate something is objectively, without bias, without spin, and without cherry-picking data. A skeptic is someone who wants to use logic and evidence and not emotion when judging how accurate something is. The adjective gullible is used for people who aren't skeptical, who easily believe what they're told and what they read. And finally, media literacy is an awareness of our modern media environment and an understanding of how media and social media works and how fake news and disinformation can spread.
Thank you very much, Sam. I think you deserve a rest after that. And thank you for watching. Until next time, goodbye.
Bye.
Які типи карт використовують військові та як розповісти про них англійською? Що таке MGRS і чому важливо запам'ятати цю абревіатуру? Як сказати англійською курс, довжина, широта, масштаб, орієнтир на місцевості та інші терміни з топографії, які військові використовують для планування та виконання операцій та завдань? Я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька. Це канал Армійська англійська, де ми займаємося мовною підготовкою українських військових. І в цьому уроці ми розглядаємо основні топографічні терміни і корисну лексику з цієї теми. Нагадую, що більше інформації з військовою англійською в нашому інстаграмі та телеграмі. А якщо вам подобаються наші уроки, ви можете підтримати наш канал. Інформація знаходиться у описі до цього відео. Types of maps. Як називаються in English типи мап, які використовують військові в своїй роботі? Topographic map – це detailed map, яка надає a representation of the Earth's surface, включно з natural та human-made features, like mountains – гори, valleys – долини, forests – ліси, rivers – ріки, roads – дороги, and settlements – населені пункти. Topographic maps use contour lines – використовують контурні лінії to show changes in elevation and terrain – щоб показати зміни висоти над рівнем моря та місцевості. Ці мапи є необхідними – crucial for strategic planning, movement and tactical decisions. Roadmap – дорожня мапа. Designed to assist with navigation – для допомоги з пересуванням. Ця мапа показує roads, highways, streets and transportation infrastructure. It often includes information about distances – відстані, routes – маршрути, intersections – перехрестя. Зверніть увагу на слово route. Воно перекладається як шлях, маршрут, курс та має два варіанти вимови. В британському варіанті це route, а в американському частіше вимовляють route. Tactical map використовується in military operations to plan and execute tactical maneuvers and strategies для планування та виконання тактичних маневрів та стратегій. It provides information on – дає інформацію про terrain – місцевість, enemy positions – позиції ворога, friendly forces – дружніх сил, objectives – цілей, routes and other tactical elements. Aeronautical chart – це спеціалізована мапа used in aviation to aid pilots in flight navigation, щоб допомагати пілотам у навігації. Nautical chart – used by mariners for marine navigation – для пересування морем. It displays – вона показує coastal features – прибережні особливості рельєфу,
water depths – глибину, navigational aids – навігаційне обладнання та засоби, currents – потоки, and other information crucial for safe navigation at sea, naval and amphibious operations – для військово-морських та підводних операцій. До речі, серед наших уроків на цьому каналі є окремі відео про кораблі військово-морського флоту, а також про military aircraft – військову авіацію. Переходимо до іншої термінології, пов'язаної з топографією. Думаю, самі терміни не будуть для вас новими, а от їх переклад англійською варто знати. Крім того, я завжди оздоблюю свої пояснення іншою корисною лексикою, яка вам обов'язково знадобиться. Legend або key – це легенда мапи, умовні позначення. Scale – масштаб мапи, який є дуже важливим для distance measurement – вимірювання відстані. Compass rose – це symbol indicating the cardinal directions north, south, east, west and sometimes intermediate directions – проміжні напрямки. Color code – кольорові позначки. Abbreviations, numeric codes and other symbols, як от contour lines, dot point symbols, line symbols, area symbols, icons використовуються для позначення areas, terrain features, cities, landmarks, орієнтирів на місцевості та інших features on the map. Крім того, існують military symbols, що represent military units, operations, equipment, communication infrastructure or signal stations. Waypoints – це specific points marked on a map, спеціальні точки, відмічені на мапі to guide a route, щоб позначити курс або маршрут. Grid Coordinate System – система координатної сітки. Сітка – це не тільки нет, як ми з вами говорили в відео про смугу перешкод, а й grid. Це a system of squares or rectangles – система з квадратів або прямокутників, placed over a map, що розташована поверх мапи. To facilitate precise location identification – для полегшення точної ідентифікації місцезнаходження using coordinates – за допомогою координат. Grid coordinates – це координати сітки. Latitude – широта. Це measurement – вимірювання, defining a location's distance north or south of the equator, що визначає відстань локації на північ або південь від екватора. Typically expressed in degrees – виражене в градусах. Longitude – це довгота. Measurement defining a location's distance east or west of the prime meridian – на схід або захід від Гринвіцького меридіану. Usually expressed in degrees. Military Grid Reference System – MGRS. Запам'ятайте цю абревіатуру. MGRS – це військова референційна система, стандарт геокоординат, який використовується військовими НАТО. Це a specific grid coordinate system which combines letters and numbers to represent locations precisely on the Earth's surface. Комбінує літери та цифри для точного визначення локації на поверхні Землі. The process of interpreting grid coordinates on a map – процес інтерпретації координатної сітки на мапі to determine a specific location's position – для визначення конкретного місця називається coordinate reading. Прокладання курсу або маршруту можна описати терміном navigation. Крім того, вам може зустрітися слово bearing – це азимут, пеленг або ж курс, напрямок. А терміном orientation описують узгодження мапи aligning the map with the real world to accurately interpret direction and location, щоб точно інтерпретувати напрямок та розташування. І про військову навігацію, орієнтацію, типи місцевості англійською ми поговоримо в наступних уроках. Залишайте коментар під цим відео. Напишіть, яка лексика була новою та корисною для вас сьогодні. Та перевірте, чи ви підписані на наш канал, чи поставили дзвіночок, щоб вчасно отримувати всі оновлення та сповіщення про наступні відеоуроки. Крім того, у нашого проєкту є Інстаграм та Телеграм, де ще більше корисного контенту для мовної підготовки українських військових. Долучайтесь, вивчайте та поширюйте. А я Олена Чекрижова, вчителька, і ми дуже скоро зустрінемось з вами на тій же широті та довготі, тут, на каналі Армійська англійська.
The United States frees an ally of Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in exchange for 10 imprisoned Americans and a Malaysian businessman wanted in a U.S. Navy corruption case. Argentina's President Javier Milei signs a series of economic measures to cut spending, end export limits, and ease government rules. In India, opposition lawmakers who were among 141 suspended from parliament by Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government protest in New Delhi. And the government of Angola announces it is leaving OPEC because membership in the oil group does not serve its interests. In western Japan, rescue workers continue searching wreckage for survivors after Monday's powerful earthquake that killed at least 62 people. Japanese transport officials and police carry out separate investigations into why two aircraft collided Tuesday on a runway at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. In Iran, reports say 2 bombs killed at least 103 people in Kerman at an event honoring an Iranian paramilitary general killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2020. And in the Gaza Strip, Israel's military says it continues to carry out intensive battles against Hamas in the territory.
The 8 habits that could make you live longer. This is News Review from BBC Learning English. I'm Neil.
And I'm Beth. Make sure you watch to the end to learn vocabulary to talk about this story.
Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, like this video, and try the quiz on our website. Now, the story.
8 healthy habits in middle age may increase your life by more than 20 years. According to research, you can lengthen your life by doing regular exercise, having a healthy diet, positive social relationships, and a regular sleep routine, and avoiding stress, smoking, opioid drugs, and too much alcohol. The study was carried out over 8 years, and more than 700,000 Americans took part in it.
You've been looking at the headlines, Beth. What's the vocabulary?
We have kicking habits, longevity, and adopting.
This is News Review from BBC Learning English. Let's have a look at our first headline.
This is from The Independent. Kicking these 8 habits could help you live 20 years longer, scientists say.
So, kicking these habits can help you live longer. A habit is something that you do regularly, sometimes a good thing, like exercise, sometimes a bad thing, like smoking. But you kick a football, you can kick something away, but kick a habit?
Well, think of the literal action of kick. If you kick a football, then you move it out of your way, possibly quite quickly and violently. So If you kick a bad habit like smoking or drinking too much alcohol, then you're metaphorically forcing it away from you. You're stopping the habit.
Yeah, and we use kick and habit together very regularly, especially to talk about something that you really want to stop doing. Beth, have you kicked a habit, or is there one you really want to kick?
Well, I'm trying to stop eating as much chocolate, but I haven't quite kicked the habit yet. What about you?
I really want to kick the habit of checking my phone all the time. I do it so often and it's a really bad thing. I want to kick that habit. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from worldhealth.net. These habits may help to extend your longevity by decades.
So this headline says that these habits will extend your longevity. Longevity is the word that we're looking at. I can see it's got long in it. Is there a connection?
There is, yeah. So longevity is a noun and it means living for a long time. So this headline is saying that having these habits will make you live longer. But there is another meaning to longevity, isn't there?
Yes, if something is popular or useful for a long time, we can say that it has longevity. Now, for example, flexible working could be important for longevity in a job, meaning that people will want to stay in their job longer if it's flexible.
And take note, this word is quite formal, so it is usually seen more in writing than speaking. I wouldn't say, did you know that doing exercise helps your longevity? I would say it helps you live longer.
Yes, now take note about the pronunciation of this word. It's a little bit strange. It's longevity. So we have the ng at the end of long as normal, but then there's this j sound as well. Longevity. Let's look at that again. Let's have our next headline.
This is from Perth Now. Adopting 8 simple healthy habits could help increase your lifespan by decades, a survey finds.
So this headline is saying you can achieve longevity, that's the word that we just looked at, by adopting these habits. Adopting is the word we're looking at now. Now, Beth, there was a kitten living in our street and it didn't have a home, so we brought it into our home to live. We adopted it.
Well, that's very cute. Adopt can be when you take responsibility for something, like your kitten. If it's a child, then that is a legal process. You adopt a child. Now, Neil, when you adopted your kitten, it became yours. And that idea is the same as in the headline with adopt. It means taken and now belongs to you.
Yes, so the headline is saying that you can take these healthy habits and apply them to yourself. Now, it's not just these habits that you can adopt, or kittens or children. You can also adopt a new approach, for example, or a person might adopt a new attitude.
That's right. I watched a documentary about being vegetarian. Could I say that I have adopted a new diet?
You could. It does sound a little bit formal. I understand what you mean, but probably you'd just say, I've changed my diet or I've changed the way I eat. Let's look at that again. We've had kicking habits, stopping bad habits.
Longevity.